up, Miles? How are you? All right. Welcome in. Welcome. Yes. Let's go. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Jen's here. Omar's here. What's up? How are you? Miles is here, everyone. Our 79-year-old therapist friend. Hello. How is everyone doing tonight? What a day. Thank you, Jen. Thank you. As always, thank you so much. You're always so kind. Michael's here. What's up, everyone? Business Wolf is here. Vanity's here. What's up, everyone? How are you? Maylee's in the house. What is up, everyone? Thank you so much. We're doing a new live segment, everyone. We're doing everything, bringing some spice, bringing some fun. So we're going to ask people to request if you have a question for me, of course, as always, or a thing that they want to talk about. Or this is where we're adding in. This is what we're adding in. If you've been vaccinated this week, if you've gotten your booster, if you've got a vaccine, request up, okay? So we can celebrate you, because we're going to celebrate people who get vaccines in this community. That's going to be something that we do. So we're gonna do something, and we're gonna bring them on and celebrate them. We doing really good, Business Wolf. Thank you. We did we hit 1 million likes on the channel. 1 million likes, everyone. Good job. This is all for you guys. Because the last 7 days. We're 800,000 likes. Seriously. Give it up. Well, we're pro-vax here, Ruben, and you're allowed to be here. So you know what? You can definitely, you're welcome to stay, bud. But we hope that you get vaccinated at some point to protect yourself and the people around you. So if you've been vaccinated this week, jump on in. If you have a question for me, jump on in. Otherwise, we can just chill for a little bit. Maybe we can do a science segment. I saw the beards and the trash, my friend. I so wish I could comment. You could comment whatever you want, Rune. Run, Kimmy, run. You can, whatever you want to say. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Okay, that's fine. If you've been vaccinated, you can just say you were vaccinated this week in chat. You don't have to come on the request. We'll still celebrate you. Thank you for the shares, guys. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for the likes. Priya, thank you for following. How's it going? All right. Well, I saw an unfortunate news event, so we can kind of start talking about that. And this is the ways that science is being defunded and taken down and dismantled in the United States right now. But Trump, you've had all the vaccines. Did you get vaccinated this week, Cora? Beautiful name. What beautiful name. Did you get a vaccine this week? Okay, so this week, no. But you know what, Cora, for getting vaccinated, that's up. We clap you up. So what we're going to do is when someone gets a vaccine, what we're going to do is we're going to spam V's in chat for vaccine. That's right, V's. Put the V up, guys. Put the V up. Let's get those V's in chat. Let's get the V's in chat. You got someone that's vaccinated, everyone. Let's go. Put the V. Put the V's up. Thank you. Thank you for getting vaccinated and vaccinated in this country. Thank you. Yes, put the V's in chat. There you go. Oh, beautiful. Not yours. That was beautiful. Jen, you got the syringe. You got the subscriber vaccine icon. You can throw that in there. Show us how it's done. But We love people that get vaccinated in this community. We celebrate you and thank you for doing, putting other people's lives and caring about other people. All right. So Trump says U.S. will not approve solar or wind power projects. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Jen's got it going. I think that there's a syringe in the icons. If not, I will add it in later. But here we go. No syringe. Oh my gosh. I will change that. I will make a note. I'll make a note. Thank you. Thank you. Because that's muy importante. All right. All right. Well, thankfully Garrett is wrong. There's the syringes. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful. No, it's definitely not because of the windmills are killing birds. You know what is the number one killer of birds, Ruben? This is actually an interesting point. The number one killers of birds. What is it? What is it? Hi, Addie. How's it going? What's the number one killer? Cars? Close. Cats. Heather's right. There we go. Ducray's got it. It's cats, ladies and gentlemen. Wild cats kill more birds and migratory birds than anything else. So if you care about birds so much, you'd be spayed and neutering cats. But as of everything, MAGA is not serious and doesn't actually care about the things that they talk about and just say talking points and hope that you don't know anything about the things that they're talking about, because being educated and reading is their number one foe. But Trump doesn't approve of solar wind projects. He's tightening the federal permitting for renewables, and the renewable companies fear that the projects will no longer receive permits that were once normal course for business. Jill, if you have any questions or comments, you can jump into it. I know, Addie, it is very wrong. It's awful. I mean, the idea that cats are having a huge impact actually on migratory birds, they're decimating entire populations, and unfortunately, it's insane how much an outdoor cat. Genuinely, if you have a cat, please keep it indoors. It's the most environmentally conscious thing that you can do, is to keep it inside. Please. Thank you, Morgan. You're allowed to come and chat if you donate and gift. Otherwise, the regulars will just jump on you for objectifying their beautiful science stream. Jen will get you. Jen will get you. So just letting you know. Ducray, I've seen Ducray go after people. She's ruthless. Michael too. Oh my gosh. Michael will just, it's yeah. They just they're here for the science, you know? All right. So this is one of his crayon sketches that he posted on Truth Social, which is fake news, Truth Social. We will not approve wind or farmer destroying solar. The days of stupidity are over in the U.S., he says. The president's comments after the administration tightened federal permitting on renewables last month. So it is very frustrating that these companies, that they do need help, right? They do need help because it's a scale of operation thing, right? It's a scale of how they can actually make a difference and help. And what happens? Thank you, Galactic Starly. Thank you. PJM Interconnection saw prices for new solar capacity rise 22% compared to last year in an auction held last night. PJM covers 13 states across the Mid-Atlantic and parts of the Midwest and South. But solar and battery storage are the power sources that can ease the supply and demand gap the quickest, as they make up an overwhelming majority of projects in line to connect the grid. So that's what they need. I mean, we have parts of the United States that are undeveloped, right? That are open, that have, hi Roger, how's it going? That have space for it. So we create nuclear in places that we can. We use hydroelectric dams when we can, that not destroying the environment. We use solar and wind arrays in places that are more open and that we can use. that space to create larger arrays. That's how we create a cheaper electric future for all of us and decrease the energy costs. Love you too, JC. Thank you. Love you. So it's all of these technologies, using all of them together, and the idea that one of them is bad, and really Trump is like again, it's just a nonsense thing that he has, because he thinks that they're ugly. So I don't think that they're ugly at all. I think his big poopy diaper's ugly sometimes, and he needs to get it changed. That's what I think is ugly. Thank you, JC. Thank you. Exactly, Addie. That's what I think too, man. Ruben, yeah, you're not. Yeah, that's not one or the other, man. That's the whole point. You know, nuclear power plants have a point in use, and but they're not renewable. And the same way that sometimes they have different uses. So it's not just one or the other. You can't just have you can't be all in for one of them. That's the problem. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Okay. All right. Don't play with the white balance when you're on live. I think that's not the good idea. Trying to like put my focus on me. Okay. Oh, thanks, JC. Yeah, we have a great community here. Everyone's so cool. Oh, dude, Mark's back. What's up, Mark James? How's it going, man? Dude, Mark James, guys, amazing. Constantly commenting, constantly watching the stream. Everyone be like Mark James. We all appreciate him. Let's give a big round of applause for Mark James for coming back, guys. Thank you. Thanks for coming, man. Thanks for getting in here. They take up acres, man. Waste of space. Yeah, that's just not true. So this just isn't true. They're not waste of space when they're giving people cheap energy. That's a good idea. So, all right. What are your thoughts on the environmental impact of artificial intelligence? Oh, this is a really interesting question, Addie. So the energy usage right now, currently, absolutely a net negative. Absolutely a net negative. That the idea that, but the idea is that once hopefully like a technology can spur from that, and that we can use it in order to better leverage technology solutions in the future. That's the big thing. So it's net negative absolutely right now, but in the future it won't be, hopefully. I don't know, bro. Dems are too sensitive. I got flipped off driving my Tesla. Well, you're probably like trying to run someone off the road in your Tesla truck, man. I don't know. Watch out. What are your thoughts on hospitals inflating COVID numbers? Completely false. And because we know that by the expected deaths, so it's like not even the COVID numbers. We know how many people are expected to die every week, and there was 1.2 million people that died more than that, and ventilators killing people. So this is like going to all the fires and saying, "Wow, there's a lot of firemen here. Must be the firemen that are causing the fires." So you kind of really need to rethink that they're on ventilators because they are dying, because they have COVID-19, because they were infected with SARS-CoV-2, not because ventilators were killing people. And if that's the case, then why aren't ventilators still killing people? You'd still have them killing people, but they aren't. So this is it's just nonsense, man. It's not true. People are lying to you, and COVID-19 is a real thing that happened, and 1.2 million people died. That is true. All right. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Beds. There's a lot of reasons too. It's ridiculous. We know that they were dying from COVID. Like what? People aren't dying from ventilators. What's the mechanism of action of dying on a ventilator? Yeah, exactly. Not yours. Yeah. Okay, show it, Mark. Link it. Link it. We'll link it. We'll read it right now. Studies came out that showed that ventilators are killing people. Okay, link it. Let's go over it right now. Okay, yeah, go find it. Yeah, it's fine. I guarantee you that you'll never actually read the study, and we bring up the study and it says exactly the opposite of what you said, or it's some blog, some Substack of some drunken ramblings of some guy that's like, just saying some nonsense, and now you believe it. So I would love to see what you're talking about. The number one, I've said this before and I'll say it again, the number one kryptonite of people linking conspiracy theories to you is actually reading the conspiracy and the idea that they're saying. It's just, it'll always show a problem. Beth, how's it going? Welcome.
What's up?
Okay, that's an interesting. Hi.
Hello.
What's the date today?
Yeah, what's the date today?
Okay, yeah. Okay, how's it going? You just sounded pretty bot-like,
Wait.
like a soundboard, so I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, I was like, what kind of question? Yeah, I'm chilling. I had a question.
Okay.
So, as I entered the live, you were talking about conspiracy theories.
Sure.
What were you talking about?
Oh, it's just there's like the conspiracy theory that 1.2 million people in the United States didn't die from COVID.
Oh, okay. So you're like against more like conspiracies that kind of ignore scientific realities.
I mean, bro, we can talk about whatever you want. I mean, it's just kind of like a free thing that you can have 5 minutes of my time, however you want to spend it.
Well, so are you generally against conspiracy theories?
I'm a scientist, so yeah, I'm usually anti-conspiratorial in general. I really want to see some mechanism of action, something that's like really an independent analyses and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I try to stay away from conspiracies. If I do believe in a conspiracy, I try to say I believe in this conspiracy and that this is a conspiracy. And by conspiracy, let's just talk about specifics. Like by conspiracy, I mean like no hard evidence with independent analysis to actually prove that this is a real event, versus like a conspiracy of people kind of like conspiring together to work together for something to happen. I'm talking about the first definition normally.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of conspiracy theories just kind of get like overly demonized, and I feel like it's not really fair. I mean,
Okay.
especially
Which
like you
ones?
said, if there is, oh, the obvious, the big ones, the classics.
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, yeah. I mean that, that there's not a whole lot of evidence there. But I'm talking
Okay.
more of like more of the ones that everyone likes to talk about,
You can
the
say whatever you
classic
want, man.
towers.
Okay. Yeah, the 9/11 conspiracy stuff, I guess I'm not really, I don't believe in that. It's kind of like a big global conspiracy thing that has to all in coordination. Um, yeah, I don't think that makes any sense.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, if something sounds ridiculous, it could sound ridiculous, but if there's like evidence to suggest that something was happening, I feel like
Mhm.
we should, especially as Americans, question why.
Okay. Yeah, I totally understand like questioning, and there's like the 9/11 commission, and so I feel like they would have come out, you know.
You think the 9/11 Commission, as in like the government's investigation?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that is a little. It's like expecting them, like with the E files, right? I don't know if I can say the name, but I
Mhm.
mean, they say he killed himself, which we know is very not. I mean, they've backtracked. They like every time they say, "Oh, well, this happened. Oh, wait, actually, it was this. Oh, we have the files. Actually, we don't." So, I
Yeah.
mean, 20 years from now, it's going to be, "Oh, that was the Epstein Commission. It was true." well, we watched it unfold in real time, and we know there are lots of just blatant lies in our face, and
Like
that's
what?
these are the
What's
same
something
people.
that's like that's come out that you think is the biggest thing that proves your point?
In terms of
Something that's like completely been shown to be correct after 30 years, like that you were talking about.
the towers.
Or just in general, what's the biggest conspiracy you can point to that's like vindication and you know like
Well, I'd say
JFK stuff was like that was kind of overblown. Um, so I just
overblown.
okay. So you think that okay? I mean, so yeah, man. Like all the files that came out didn't show that there was any type of like problem there. So it's
Yeah,
just
yeah. Again, I mean, you're referring to like the files, like, the government files, and like I
mhm.
said before, I mean, these people lie constantly. I mean, they
Yeah.
lied about Epstein. They lie about
Okay, so there's a bi- is there, there's so those are your couple conspiracies now. So there's a so you believe in some type of like global world order that's controlling these governments and keeping
no.
these things that coming out.
Again, you said global, but yet
Well, it
this
has
is
to be. It has to
just
be
the
bigger than
United
the United
States.
States, because otherwise they would be controlling the United States alone, and they would only have power over the United States. Like that doesn't make any sense. So who is controlling the government to allow this stuff to not get out and make all these things happen?
I don't think this is a global conspiracy. I'm saying that the government itself is corrupt.
Yeah, but like if it's corruption, then there would be things that are like the other people in the political world would want to not keep that secret, and they would just blow. They would blow the lid on the whole thing, right?
Well, there's definitely a lot of weird stuff.
I know, but
Jeffrey Epstein,
okay,
as
agreed. But
as we
again, so
know.
like, why wouldn't there be? Like why wouldn't other countries want to show and like that had evil intentions that are against us as a country? Why wouldn't they be privy to like showing that stuff? Why would they be keeping it under wraps?
Yeah, I don't see why other governments would. Are you saying they're keeping the JFK files? I mean, that doesn't
Yeah,
even
for
make
sure.
sense.
Yeah, I mean all these conspiracies, man, that you're talking about, they have to to keep it down. They have to keep it. Whoops. They have to keep it under wraps this entire time, right? They have to. They have to be working in tandem.
Um, I don't think that's true. I mean,
Okay, so there's a government, there's an organization that exists that has power over the United States that's bigger than the United States, but
I'm
that
not saying that. I've never said that.
so then how like okay, so then how are these things not getting out? Then how are they not being
Well,
shown?
we know that they don't go out. I mean, for example, Operation Northwoods. No one blew the lid on that. That came out on its own.
Okay, let's check it out. Operation Northwoods. Operation.
Operation Northwoods, simplification of it, it was a proposed plan to JFK to stage basically a fake attack and blame it on Cuba.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. Okay. Okay.
coincidentally, it
Seems kind
involved
of
a
small.
plane.
Again, this like seems very small compared to like a 9/11 thing. This is why would a country like Canada, for example, like why wouldn't they be privy in saying like, hey, like we need to do more research into this 9/11 attack, and it seems very fishy. Otherwise, we're not going to send our own soldiers to die. Like other countries would have to be in on the conspiracy for this to happen.
Well, I think my 5 minutes are up.
If you want them to be, you can, but whatever you want, dude.
No, I don't. I don't. I just don't want to get cut off.
No, I mean whatever you want. I mean we're good for a couple more minutes if you want. But like, do you understand like what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but like again,
some operation, some top secret plan drafted by the Joint Chiefs of Staff in 1962. This is like small fry compared to a global conspiracy that would have been needed in order to actually have 9/11 happen, because you have Saudi Arabia, you would have had Afghanistan, you would have had them all working in concert with the US government. And then on top of that, all those people, where are they living? So they have to live in another country. So then you have to work with those countries in order to keep this on, this lid on. Like, it has to be bigger than the United States, man.
but it does. Yeah, but
Yeah,
again, like, is
exactly.
that the only defense here? Like that the
But
other
like,
countries have to.
yeah, dude, because my point is that it's more likely, the vast majority of conspiracies and in human interactions, it most likely is just incompetence. And that's the problem, is that it's just people are so incompetent that it's literally unfathomable. And that's just what it is. Like, it's just, it is. I mean, the amount of conspiracies that I've been linked to and I've been enjoined in, as a scientist, is crazy, dude. Like, it's hilarious. I was involved in like the QAnon conspiracy world. I got funding from the DoD, for my, it paid help pay for the down payment of my house. So am I here as a like defender of the US government because they paid me? Like, where does this go? Like, how, you know what I mean? It's just like so um just asking questions and being skeptical has turned into people spiraling down these conspiratorial holes. And it's just, it's most likely just a coincidence or a correlation, and two things that happen together. That doesn't mean that it has to be like those two things happened because of that. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, again, like I don't understand. I mean, there are conspiracies that we know now to be true, but back then you would have been told like you were this crazy guy, you're spreading
Mm-hmm.
dangerous misinformation, and
Okay.
it's just like,
Yeah,
two things can be true at once. You
but
can
do you,
be
do you understand what I'm talking about on 9/11 though? How it has to be more than just the United States? Do you understand what I mean?
sure, yeah, governments are corrupt like that. I don't know what to
Exactly.
tell you.
Okay, exactly. So it'd have to be governments all working in tandem, all together. And this, especially again, it would be like the COVID's the same thing. People saying that, oh, all these people, that's a fake virus. It never existed. There is no virus. All the science is making up these fake tests in order to get money from the hospitals and inflate the numbers. Like, again, that's a global conspiracy, man. Millions of people all throughout the world are all working in concert. I mean, it's just like come on, man. Like, there's just, it's just,
No, but the thing is, you're equating the COVID conspiracy to 9/11, which are two very, very different conspiracies that have way less evidence than 9/11.
what I'm talking about is like a way of thinking that says, hey, unless you have shown like direct evidence of like this doing this, we can kind of not think about it. Hey, sheep, how's it going? Do you know what I mean? Like,
But there is direct evidence.
no, you haven't shown like direct evidence that these other countries are working in concert in tandem in order to have the
But
towers
that
come
was
down.
not my statement.
That would
I'm
have had to
saying that
happen, though. That would have had to happen. How is Saudi Arabia? How is the United States? How are all these countries like working in concert?
I'm trying to say that the American government worked with the Israeli government to pull off this attack. I'm not
Okay, so it's some
saying
Zog
that
stuff. So you're
all
talking about
other.
Zog things, Zionist occupied government stuff.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's Zog. It's Zog. It's okay. I mean, that's what it is.
Jesus.
That's what it
Okay.
is. That is what it
So
is. The Zionist occupied government. That's what its name. That's what the name is.
no, 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 no. This is like when people call out, the G side in Palestine and get called anti-Semitic. It's just
No,
there's no
no,
correlation. There's no correlation. You're trying to call me an anti-Semite. Is
no.
that what you're
I'm
doing?
saying. Well, you're saying Israel is occupying the government and has more control of
That
the
is
government.
not what I'm saying. I never said that, dude.
How are
Come
they?
on.
How are they not, dude? They're controlling the government in order to keep something completely in tandem and down. Like, why wouldn't
I'm saying
the U.S. government and all the politicians there want to like versus a small country in the Middle East that has like no influence for us, like economically or like diplomatically. There, it's like a friendly nation, but it's not like a, it isn't like a crucial nation for trade or anything like that. They have more like impact on our government than our own politicians, our own people. Man, like that doesn't make any
Do you
sense.
agree with that?
That Israel had an outsized influence on American government? No.
No, on what you just stated right now about how they're so small, they don't really contribute, yet they
Yeah.
have this big
Yeah.
influence.
They don't have
So you
they don't
agree
have a
with that?
major influence on us in the way that people think.
Mm,
They're a friendly nation in a place that is mostly theocratic autocracies. So yeah, it's like something that we work like in with them, but it isn't something where they have like APAC is controlling all these politicians and they're keeping us and keeping this conspiracy down, and they're like, it's just, there's no way, man.
well, can I just give my reasoning on to why I think Israel played a hand into this attacks?
Okay, go ahead. I see you, fattest. You're 1 second.
And again, I just want to state, I'm not anti-Semitic. I love everyone. I don't care if you're gay, straight, trans, non-binary. It does not matter to me. I feel like a lot of conspiracies get wrapped up in this big bundle of like, oh, you're this alt-right person, which I think is just not true. I'm like borderline communist. And it's just like, if I see something that has evidence, credible evidence that something happened, I'm going to question it. It's not like I just see like, oh, some old lady said she saw Elvis, and I'm like, oh, well, then she saw Elvis. That's not how that works. But when you have these things that happen on the day of 9/11 and following 9/11 that just don't make sense and that are not talked about, it's like, how many people even know about the dancing Israelis?
That's for the 9/11 thing at during 9/11. Is that what you're talking about? The day after.
The day of.
Okay, I mean Trump did too. Trump was super excited. Trump was saying that he's going to be his building's going to be the highest in the place now. It's like, I mean, a lot of people were saying ridiculous stuff.
Do you know what the dancing Israelis were?
Let's look it up. Dancing Israelis.
Oh, well, don't use Google.
September. Why not? What are you talking about? I can't do my own research.
Well, you can, but it's
Okay,
going to tell you
the advanced
something.
knowledge. It's one of those advanced knowledge things. It's an advanced
No,
knowledge
you can
conspiracy.
Google it. You can Google it. It's just going to tell you it's a conspiracy. I can tell you why it's not.
Okay, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
All right. Well, this woman in Jersey called the police because she saw 5 men dancing outside, or not dancing, celebrating. They were recording with tripod cameras the 9/11 attacks, and she said that they appeared happy. They were not sad. They were not distraught. When these men were apprehended and arrested, they were found out to be Israeli, which doesn't implicate anything sinister, except for the fact that 2 of them were ex-Mossad. This doesn't really, this could just be coincidence, except they were working, or I think some of them have correlations to another company, Urban Moving Systems, that was located in Jersey or New York. I forgot which one. A van of Urban Movings was found at the scene near, I don't know if it was in New York, but it had a depiction of the attacks. Someone called the cops, and this is on police transcripts that you can look up on YouTube. And they were just freaked out, saying like, hey, I think you guys need to search this van. There's a man, he just ran out of it. I could go on, but okay. I think my 30 seconds are up.
Yeah, I don't think that's like, you're looking for like direct funding of them being tied to Osama bin Laden, tied to the Saudi Arabia, like Israel's working in concert with Saudi Arabia. That would be huge geopolitical, news. The United States with direct contacts with actual ways that they're being coordinating, not just funding, like actual like direct evidence that they're working together. It's just that's what I would be looking for. But that's just not there, man. So I appreciate you being skeptical, but I just don't think that I think for the vast majority of conspiracies, people are just incompetent, and that's what it is. Okay.
Well,
All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. It's been 20 minutes, so I appreciate you. You can request up again if you want to talk about it later. Okay.
thank you.
All right. There, Lehman. Okay. Is that real sheep? I don't know if that's the fast first and then Wendy. I have to look it up. I don't think so. I don't. We give a lot of aid to a lot of countries. I'd have to look it
How
up.
are you
Maybe it
doing?
might be. Hi, fast. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good.
So I really appreciate your conversation on trying to split like something that resonates with a little bit of an idea of a conspiracy to what we can actually put factually.
Yeah.
But I also think that when you're talking to different audiences, like they don't want to hear the statistics about things. You just want to be like, hey, listen, like maybe we should look at it from this position or this position. And you do a really good job of that. So I would like to
Thank
hear
you.
any tips you have for trying to just talk to people. Like it's like, let's not like just downplay this and try and stigmatize people, like we can do better than that, right?
Yeah. I mean, usually I just try to start with a way of kind of try to start with questions. I mean, that's my big like takeaway usually when I talk to someone that I kind of I don't understand how they're getting to where they are. So I just try to usually ask questions first.
And what do you find resonates the most? Like, I mean, there are people from completely different spectrums of ideas that come together on TikTok, which is the best thing about it, in my
Yeah.
personal opinion. So, how do you feel like you're able to connect with them? To be like, let's talk about the same idea and make sure we understand one another.
Um, I usually keeping with like an idea, keeping with one. I mean, a lot of times people don't really talk about one thing at a time. They'll just kind of like popcorn ideas. So if you can like try to deep like go into one thing, depth of knowledge and see what it is and look up like sources, and I think that's fine. You can looking up like stuff is it can be a way for someone to inject propaganda or disinformation into a conversation, but it can also be like a huge learning moment where you're like, man, why are you believing this guy? Why are you allowing these ideas to propagate in your head?
Yeah, and I feel that that's so important. Just being able to be like, I understand that like everything that around you and you see says this, but let's think about it this way. But I don't really know the best way to approach a person, usually on lives, to be like,
Yeah.
well, let's look at it like this without being like, I don't believe you. Do you have any advice?
Um, you're never going to be able to like uh, make someone believe you in the conversation, but you can just create a seed that they have to kind of water themselves. That's the thing. I feel like you can't like win people over immediately.
Okay, and this is kind of a dumb question, but what's the next thing with RNA? Because I know that you were like very invested in it during the early parts of the pandemic. So, like, what are your thoughts? I would love to know.
RNA is being used for gene therapy right now, like trying to deliver gene editing techniques and things like that. So it's actually yeah, it's a cool technology that's happening. And I wish that we were funding it more. Unfortunately, because of a lot of disinformation, we're not funding it, I guess, in the United States, but the other world is. The rest of the world is. So people are really going into technology development mode. So yeah, it's good. I mean, but
Okay, sorry.
unfortunately here it's not.
Sorry. I thought that was my last question, but this is my actual last
Yeah,
question.
all good.
How do you feel that the evolution of AI is going to impact what we're able to do, specifically with RNA and then everything that's going to come after it?
Ooh, that's a good question. All right, so AI is a really good thing for and does a good job with like simple protein interactions and RNA folding and stuff like that. So that's the yeah. So it actually has a really good ability to make an impact there. The bigger proteins, it's a little hard and it's a little off put, but the big thing is for me testing those. Basically, AI creates a hypothesis that we need to test. So I think that that's the biggest thing is that the ideas in AI are good in like a computer science world, but they have to be tested in the wet lab.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your
Yeah,
input. I love your live,
thank
and
you. Appreciate
you're
that.
awesome.
Awesome, thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
See ya. Potential. Yeah, exactly. I mean, RNA's ability to act almost like the RNAi, gene therapy, all that kind of stuff. Mark, I don't. You said you sent that, but I was looking for the message request, and I haven't seen anything, man. I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm looking for your message, and I can't find it. Dude, Wolf, who's Wolf? I mean, Wolf. My whole stream is about compassion and empathy, and so of course, like I'm empathetic for the people of Palestine and what's going and happening there. So I don't know why you're spamming that. So I think it is sad that what's happening there. Like I think that we should help them immediately, and I think that we should help them rebuild. And I think that Israel needs to get out of Gaza and the West Bank. And so I don't know why you're spamming that. Yeah, guys, I'm like I don't like I apologize. Like when I'm trying to. Okay, you can laugh all you want, but I actually am empathetic for them. Well, yeah, we should help them rebuild their place that Israel like laid waste to. What, you don't think that we should help them rebuild? Okay, all right. Well, you can keep whatever you want. Oh yeah, yeah. Of course, it's a friendly diplomatic nation. It's one of our allies in the region. It's not. They're obviously Netanyahu obviously isn't friendly diplomatically to the Palestinians. I'm saying that they are an ally to the United States. So, all right. Oh, sorry. Um. Sorry, Wendy. I didn't see that you. I hit Owen for accepted, and then, they're not accepting right now. So, yeah, of course, man. Mark, I haven't seen what your sources are. I'm down to look at them though. If you could resend them. I'm looking at the requests, guys. Like I love your the guys. I love the people in chat and stuff. But like when I'm paying attention to the conversation, I really have to like pay attention to this person and what they're saying. I can't be reading the chat and responding to chat and having an in-depth conversation at the same time. So, thank you for being involved in chat, and I appreciate you. But I just can't respond to everything. Owen, how's it going, man?
What's up, buddy? I think people mistake doctor for just you can look and know and talk at everyone all the time. I just see you try to like dial into who you're talking with, and then everybody else is just trying to get their point across. Or it's
Hey,
I make me not. I just like to have all my info together, and I was trying to gather that before I ask my question.
I
So if
respect
you
that. Thanks, man.
maybe I'll join again.
Okay. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man,
Do you want to
I want.
disconnect and go again, or what are you thinking?
No, you're good. I'll rejoin. Like I
Okay.
said, I want to make sure I got what I'm trying to say in order.
Roger. Okay. Yeah. Request up and whenever you're ready. All right. Have a good one, man. All right, Wendy, you're next. Wendy, how's it
Okay, good
going?
evening. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, thank you so much for all of the information that you give everybody.
Oh,
Like,
thank you.
truly, I've since you first started to like now, I see like a steady defeat, but like stay strong. You are fighting the good fight. Like, truthfully and honestly, and I'm not trying to like kiss ass, but seriously,
Thank you. I
we
appreciate it.
need knowledgeable minds, because what's occurring in this world is a divide and conquer and constant attack on a plethora of every single one of our fields. And I'm so sorry that you've lost the funding and your job.
Oh, thank
And
you.
I'm sorry
Thank you.
that dipshits like JFK and Donald Trump, like, it is, I don't know, it's the equivalency of having a chessboard match and then flipping the entirety of the table up. And I agree with you on like 75%, 95% of the things that you are saying and what you believe in.
Okay.
Because I too am a child of science. However, when it comes to the Zionist propaganda, I will be sending you actually informed articles, if that's okay, and things
Yeah.
that do not come from like YouTube.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that APAC has like a huge outsized influence on our government. Basically, I think that we send them a lot of money, like diplomatically, trying to be friendly with them. But I just don't think that our like government is occupied by Zionists, or I don't think that I think that you have basically of like the old Christian conservatives that all like want to be friendly with Israel because they think that that's where Jesus is going to rise back up. So they kind of like want to have some type of connection to that land. But I don't think that like, and unfortunately, because obviously like Netanyahu is incredibly aggressive and gets the green light from Trump, and they loves that, so they have that connection, and it's awful. Like what he's doing, what's being greenlit when Trump got elected is awful in Palestine, and obviously like the Palestinians have the right to like a free and liberated like life, and they should not have to live with what's happening to them. I think it's awful. So I just don't think that basically our politicians are puppets by Netanyahu.
Okay. I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
And I am a Jewish girl, like my entire life. In the Jewish tradition, we do not believe that Israel is a state, correct? Because it is not.
It is
Until
a state.
No, just because somebody else declared it does not mean it is so, because we are waiting for our own personal Messiah, correct?
Okay, so you're talking about like the Zion reference in
religion? No, sweetheart. I
don't know what you mean.
Okay, what I'm trying to differentiate is because if you looked at AIPAC's Twitter, for instance, you would see Republicans and Democrats, and you would find on just a local municipality level how cheap politicians are being bought and paid for. And it's both sides. If you look at Congress, they just left, right? Where are they? They are in Israel. And I'm sorry, but talk to Orthodox Jews. We are not like the kind of people that are like, yeah, Israel's a state, and we completely give you avant-garde to bomb children, commit any war crime you want to, kill people, dig up their bodies. And I've seen this because, again, I belong to both states, but I am an American first. But what we are doing is actually evil. Like, this is Zionism. It is the white national Christians, because nobody says that. Because everybody goes, oh, you're anti-Semitic, right? You're anti-Semitic. What I am saying to you is the white nationalists believe that if we propagate and allow Israel to completely destroy Palestine, which those people have been there for thousands and thousands of years. That is like a cultural melting pot, exactly like America, but the entirety of the world. Like we have Romans, Greeks, blah, 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 blah. I think this is the only thing that I will ever disagree with you on. However, you need to look into this. You're a scientist, right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
when you say it's not like a state, I mean, I guess, are you talking about like it being a
Because
sovereign nation or?
but prior to 1947, if you look at World War II, right? There was actually 7 different countries that they gave the quote unquote Israelites. However, I'm sorry, this is the same rhetoric. It is a like one single thing. Because do you think that the Palestinians that were born and raised in what is now Israel have the right to vote, have the right to go to school, have the right, like, have basic human rights, or are they indentured servants?
Isn't there like 2 million Palestinians that live in Israel?
They're imprisoned.
Well,
Okay,
no.
because I'm reading.
They live in Israel. They have people in Gaza, and then there's 2 million more people that like live and work inside of Israel.
Are they allowed to vote?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't think so.
Can you look that up right now?
I don't think so.
Right. So then what are you?
I mean, I agree that they, having like some like I believe in democracy. I think that it's a good idea, but I mean,
Imagine not having a state. Imagine somebody taking your passport, taking your driver's license, taking everything away from you, but you're allowed to stay here and you're allowed to work. But you have to live here and you're only allowed this, and you're not allowed to eat on the days that we are having celebrations. I'm sorry, I saw it firsthand. I don't know what is broken in me. I am also autistic, so maybe that has to do with my moral compass slightly. But when I went, I was like, this is disgusting. Like, this is actually terrible. And I was 18 and I'm 34 now.
I mean, I think
And
that
I've gone
you can
twice
have
after that.
like liberal Jews all around the world recoil with what's happening right now, right? And with in Israel and BB, and they hate it's basically Trump that's never left for 25 years. It's been awful, and there was that liberal president that was elected in the 90s, and then he got assassinated, and ever since then it was just all this guy, and it is awful, but I mean,
And the people don't agree. There was 1 million people in the streets. The entirety of like this small little New Jersey yesterday, they were marching and screaming, "End this." There has been so many like of their own citizens arrested. But the problem is we know what this is. And the fact that you are not allowing, or like, I don't know what it is, like the rules that you are like being behind. However, there has been a vast march, destruction. Like, there's a different kind of laws. And I'm not saying that anybody else has to live by our laws. However, I do believe that it's an incredibly shitty fucking thing, excuse my language, to give so much money, do the bidding of, have our own people die, and for what?
I mean,
We topple nations. There was just like 20 CIA agents arrested in the Congo. And what's going on in the Congo? Well, we need the gold, for our futuristic cars. Like, I don't know. You're a scientist. Please just look at these things.
I mean, I would agree with everything that you're saying. I just don't. I think that Israel just like is still a nation, a sovereign nation, that we shouldn't be able to just unilaterally invade with our military power and dismantle it, and that is imperialism. Like literally taking over Israel through military might and dismantling it is. Well, that's what a lot of people online do say. So that's what's frustrating.
Okay, but I am not them. What I am saying.
That's fine, and I agree with you. Then I don't have.
But we cannot continue to pacify and allow the lie that this is a democratic society when we know, in fact, like you said, in the 90s, I saw the murdering of who was supposed to be the leader, and guess who gets tossed off of rooftops? It's no different than any other fucking country. However, What about the Palestinians that are watching every single one of their family members being murdered and bulldozing? Have you even looked? Have you looked at what's occurring?
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course I've seen it. I mean,
And is that not imperialistic?
I think that, yeah, I think he is. Yeah, for sure. I think that BB's imperialist. Yeah.
And I am not saying that we are supposed to invade. What I'm supposed to say is we are supposed to withdraw support, because what
Yeah,
we are
I agree.
continuing to allow, like even the laws, like right now, there is an alligator Alcatraz.
Mhm.
Like we are talking about tomfoolery across the entire planet. And please look at APAC, and I will look, and I'm sorry, I've taken up too much of your time. And I truly do appreciate you, and you are brilliant, and I see you getting beaten down, and I'm so sorry, because
That's
I've
okay.
been listening to the other people, but like with all of the love in the world that I have, please look into things.
I think that AIPAC gives politicians money that are friendly to them. And that is a lot of American politicians, because they defend Israel, so that they give AIPAC gives money to them. I think
How
that's what's happening.
sickening. But the most sickening part of this is the white nationalists, right?
Mhm.
Because the vast majority of them are white nationalists, want a complete and total white society. Why do you think today they are wanting to completely disintegrate interracial marriage? Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, wasn't it enough you went for the gays, the trans, the women, and now you're going for white men or like black men or like vice versa? Anybody. You're going after them and who they marry and their children. And you're trying to disallow the 14th Amendment and like, hey, birthright citizenship isn't a thing.
Mhm.
Disgusting.
I'm with you.
What do we do?
I mean, there is a lot of it's happening all in that region, because a lot of people are, because of climate change and because farmer productivity is really low. People don't have, there's starvations that are happening everywhere. It is awful. The land isn't productive. There's anti-GMO propaganda that's been infiltrated into African farmers, so that they don't want to have any type of genetically modified foods that could help be more drought tolerant. There's 500,000 people that's died in Sudan, that are kids. It's like 540,000 kids that have died in Sudan. There's another million that have died in Syria, Lebanon. It's civil wars are everywhere. It's a really it's a really fraught region. It's it is really sad. I think about it all the time, actually, and it's I agree with everything that you're saying. I agree with the Free Palestinian movement, as long as people aren't saying that like Israel should be no longer a country. That's where I draw the line. That's really it. And I do agree that Palestinians should have their own nation, that Israel should be a nation, that you should probably do like a third party international thing for Jerusalem, because Jerusalem is like what they mostly fight over, because of that temple on like the mound area where all three religions all fight over that area. But that's basically
religion is the cancer. Truly, I truly believe it. Like, I understand that faith is everything. However, it's been everything that we've been taught is not true. Like, as far as it goes to that, like, there is extremists. Well, no shit. We have Westboro Baptists here in America. Like, that's asinine. What I mostly inquire, because Nebraska is going to be the first state to go completely bankrupt. Like, they're completely in the red because either ICE or fear of ICE and deportations. Do you know what the most, I'm sorry, I have autism and ADHD. I'm autistic. I'm fun at parties, not really ever. South America, do you remember how they were like sending everybody to South America? Like those camps, like Trump built camps, SATIP, I'm saying it wrong, I'm sure. there's nothing being said, and now we have alligator Alcatraz, and now we have Nebraska being the first state going completely broke because they are not migrant farm workers. I'm truly worried about the sustainability of America here in and of itself and the food. Trump has alleviated the pork necessitations by the 10 veterinarians that are doing the stamps, USDA, I'm so sorry, and also chicken. And yesterday there was a recall on all shrimp in the entirety of the South, from Georgia through Texas, and obviously there goes Mexico because of radiation pollution. So, like, I'm deeply concerned for our people. What would you suggest as a bioavailability, an easy necessity, a caloric, cheap thing for now? The dollar store's about to go up to $5. Might as well be five
Dang,
below.
really?
Yeah,
Oh my
I'm
God.
so serious. I watch this shit. Again, it's just what I'm interested in. What would you suggest?
Man, I mean, you don't have to have like, you know, lentils. You don't have to have meat every meal. You know, I do think that like that decreases the amount a lot. I mean, I like doing Indian food because you can, you know, batch it and together in a slow cooker and have a lot of meals that are meal prepped. That you can get your protein like that. You know, it doesn't have to always be meat and chicken and that kind of stuff. So I would just look for different ways. Yeah.
I am a kosher vegetarian, so I completely agree with
Cool.
you. Like peanut butter, I love it because the oils, the fats, the proteins, the sugars, like everything that it needs. It's a whatever. I'm so sorry. And I'll let you go. I'm boring you to death. I'm
No,
so
it's okay.
sorry.
No, sorry. I was messing with my camera. I'm sorry.
No. You are lovely and I'm annoying and I'm
No,
so
not at all.
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's totally understandable. I thank you for bringing it up and thank you for discussing this with me. Thank you.
Please stop beating yourself up with this bullshit and actually do what your mind was made for. Like, I understand it's instantaneous dopamine, like poof, poof, but they go away so bad in the low you're left with.
Okay, will do. Thank you so much. I
Appreciate you. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. No, there's nothing to be sorry about. Thank you for coming in. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. I think Pathin Bussy was first and then Stanley. Hey Jenna, I love you in chat. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you for being involved. Everyone in chat, you guys are. Thank you. It's all good. Okay, Pathin Bussy, how's it going?
Good. How are you? It's so funny the way you so unseriously said my full name, but okay, you seem nice and all. I just don't know why you're not pushing back harder on people who are just like accusing you of things that you're not doing, or people who are just blatantly saying that things that aren't true.
I mean, anyone that's like kind of watched this stream at anything, like, will
especially with when people accuse you of something, they want you to answer right away and quickly, so you don't have time to research and actually find out the truth. Yeah. Honestly, like, everything is a click away, and what they're trying to do is make you answer right now, like force you into an answer that's supposed to be on their side. And I don't think that's right, because if you're going to fearmonger people into like believing.
Yeah, I just
don't understand that.
I think you're exactly right. And that's the kind of like the problem that I see with so much of like our politics right now. It's like everyone has to have like the instant answer, and I think I'm okay with people having a visceral reaction and being offended, and that's okay. Like, those are all normal offense. Like, those are.
I think yes, normal. But I think when you're sitting there, like, and these people are like yelling at you and shilling things at you, it feels like humiliation ritual because I feel like you know that what they're saying is wrong, but you're like letting them speak, and maybe you're doing it on purpose so they can look like idiots.
No, it's good. Like, look, like you have to give people the respect of having that opinion, and it's okay. Things are nuanced, and you can't just like tie every political position to a single word or a single position. And there's more to politics than just repeating things ad nauseum, like a parrot or a dog. When someone tells you to bark, you bark back. I just kind of reject that entire thing. So
Totally. I think when it comes to like specifically, I think a lot of people here were talking about the Israel-Palestine thing, but everything that they accused Israel of is being done by the opposite side. It's being done by the other side. And that's just what it's kind of mind-boggling, because I was also one of those people, but then I just, opened a book and did some research and Googled and read some historians. And it's literally like the most simplest explanation as to what's going on. And it's confusing to me how people are like, America should back away when Israel is their only true ally in the Middle East. And they're saying that America gives aid to Israel as if it's just free aid. It's not free aid. The money is what, like 3 point something billion, and that has to be spent on American-made weapons. So the money's coming back to the U.S. It's going all to Boeing and Lockheed. Like, it's literally going to these companies that benefit Americans, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it is frustrating.
And the thing is, they then use this emotional argument instead of looking at the logic of it all and the facts. They focus on like, oh, but people are dying. But where was this outrage when they started this on that specific day that I don't want to talk about? But you know what I mean? It's like they forget to mention that they started this. And if Israeli forces didn't come to stop, it would have been way more than 1,200.
Yeah. I mean,
it would have been, if you count per day, for example, if Hamas, for example, did this every single day for a month, it would have been what? 30,000 people more. So it's like, would that be okay?
Yeah. I mean, there's, I think it's just kind of having, like, stepping back and just having compassion for a lot of different people that are going through things, and not trying to give the benefit of the doubt. And that's the big thing for me, is like trying to, maybe they don't realize that, like, that the Jewish people were the indigenous people of that land, before Muslims were there. Maybe they don't realize that they got ethnically cleansed, in order to found the Ottoman Empire. And then, they
don't look at that fact. They'll call Jews European, like they'll call them European Jews, and they'll focus on the European part and not the Jew part. Hello, where would the Jew part come from? Judea.
Yeah, exactly.
They forget that part, and it's like the most obvious sense of the word, Judea, and they forget that part. And like, European from Poland or from wherever. And because they were ethnically cleansed from that land that they once ruled, and they founded.
Yeah.
But it's like they want to be part of this. Like, I think what they're trying to do, I think they mean well. They think because this other side seems oppressed, they want to be on their side, and I get that. But it's like, just because one side is winning and one side is losing, the losing side isn't the one that's oppressed. They did this to themselves because they're the one who caused this.
I do think it's really frustrating. Like, the people that really get taken the most advantage of are the Palestinians. And it is really sad. Like, in 1947, when Israel agreed to the Palestinian state, it was the United the United Arab Nations that said no. In 2000, when Arafat in the Clinton Accords, when Israel agreed that Palestine could have their own country again, they didn't agree. So there's multiple times that it was actually Israel that agreed that Palestine could be their own country, and it wasn't them that said no. It wasn't Israel that blocked it. And I think that the Palestinians are the ones that lose out. It's all the surrounding Arab nations that have their nation. They don't care. They don't care about the Palestinians. Although Jordan is what, like 60 to 70% Palestinian. So, they did take a lot of them in. But
What I also don't understand, the Palestinians taking the name that the oppressors called them, right? So Palestina, Syria, Palestina was like the name given to the Jewish land by the Romans. And then they just kind of, I think it was 1919 or 1920 or something like that, where the Palestinians thought because the Jews were coming back to their land and they were buying land legally from the late 1800s, they're like, you know what, let's claim that name, so we are that group. And that's why they call themselves Palestinian Arabs and not Palestinians at first. There was a reason they were called that. Just like how you would call European Jews that, because they were not the original like owners of that land in Europe, because they belonged to Judea. So it's like, and again, everybody in the comments is saying the 2 million people starving and starving. That's bad.
I know
But that
everyone's
doesn't
saying
negate
that.
the fact.
Nobody wants
Like,
that to happen.
nobody's saying that people shouldn't eat. People should eat. People should have food. But look at who's doing it. And the thing is, UN will come out and say, hey, like, the reason we aren't allowed to deliver aid is because a lot of our trucks were stolen. And then people are gonna say, oh shit, it's Israel. When the UN is literally, if the UN wanted to say Israel, they would have said Israel. They didn't say that.
Yeah, I do think that there has to be some way that people can accept Israel is a sovereign nation, that they exist. We can't go back to 1947 and redo how it was created. Going in and taking the only Jewish nation in the world apart, that would be awful, and
And it helps
but
America
Bibi should be held accountable for everything that he's doing right now. Right? They need to have some type
Totally. And I
of
think his government is holding him accountable. I think after this war ends, hopefully soon, I think his government will, depose him and do something of that nature. But that doesn't, again, they're blaming somebody who right now cannot be undertaken, right? You can't do anything with Bibi right now. That's not a reality because their country's at war. So when your country's at war, you can't really do anything else except focus on the war. And everybody who's saying that it's our tax dollars, I think you guys don't realize that if Israel wasn't an ally to the US, Iran would have taken over by their proxies way, way faster. Iran has like 4 or 5 proxies in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Hamas, Hezbollah, the
I know.
Houthis. So it's like
wild.
they're
It is
forgetting the
really
fact
bad.
that there's a major key player in this, and they just want to I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like retardation or what. Sorry, I shouldn't use that word, but it's like deranged syndrome.
Yeah, Israel wasn't created after World War II, guys. That's not true. I mean, the Balfour Declaration happened in 1917. So it's like the British came through and laid waste to the Ottoman Empire. They won that land. The Muslims won that land through conquest and blood and war, and then they lost that land in blood and war.
That's what happens in wars. Like people lose wars. They start wars, they lose wars.
Yeah.
Every single war that Israel has been a part of was started by the Arabs. They literally forget that. They literally forget that fact that every single war that Israel is a part of has been started by the Arab nations surrounding them.
From 1947. Yeah, exactly.
Not even when Israel wasn't a state, quote unquote. Even the 1929 Hebron massacre.
Yeah.
They were killing Jewish people randomly for no reason.
The Civil War was it's just crazy, man. I know.
Well, it's like picking and choosing what you want to believe randomly. I don't know. Yeah. Everybody's saying doesn't justify a massacre. Nobody's saying that, but if you're saying follow the money, why don't you follow the facts? Like who started what first? Why didn't you condemn the people who started it first, as opposed to if somebody comes and punches me and I punch them back, why would you blame me? They punched me first.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you have to. It's tough. I mean, it's tough. People really want a black and white answer on this one when I feel like there is so much. The problem, I feel like it really is I do think that this did happen. I've been following, when I started following politics in 1998. Okay, I was in middle school. reading about like all the suicide bombings that were happening. It was crazy. It was like 150 over like 2 years. It was like constant, and it was wild to read about every week that it was happening in these crowded marketplaces and stuff like that. And I'd never heard of anyone genuinely talking about like a one state solution, in that they were talking about like dismantling your Israel. Like I'd never heard of that even in the mainstream, that we should actually do that, at least not in America. And then all of a sudden, after 2023 and October 7th, you have this huge influx of this, and I do think that a lot of people, I mean, this is a conspiracy that I have, but we know that Russia does put a lot of dissident information in order to try to break people apart and try to push this. And I do think that a lot of the people that are calling for the destruction of Israel as a country right now are just being the victims of Russian disinformation. And
I think it's just
it's really sad.
socialism on the far left in general, right? They just want the extreme for some reason, always. And it's just, I feel like it's always the liberals who come down to, hey, can we rationalize this? Can we think it through? Like,
I mean, honestly, but let's be real. I don't think that anyone who is calling for, Hassan calls for the military takeover of Israel and the destruction of the state. I mean, that is imperialism. It doesn't matter what he calls himself, what leftist facade he thinks that he is. Like that is imperialism, and I don't associate.
Are you talking about Hassan, the streamer?
Well, yeah.
Okay, I don't understand why his points are even necessary. His country is he's Turkish.
Yeah,
he's Turkish. His uncle has a company called the Young Turks.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this going over people's head? I don't know why people are listening to this loser.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, unfortunately, people do, man. But people
is
do. People like people like Hassan and I think Russian disinformation were swayed, and you had places in like Michigan that were a 40-point swing between Biden and Kamala Harris, and I think it's just wild to me that that so many people got like swayed on the single issue vote, that where it's just wild to me. I don't know. I don't understand. I can understand like the Iraq War in 2004 being like your single issue voting, but I don't understand this one, to be honest with you.
When they talk about that Kamala would have done the same thing as Trump.
I mean, that's completely false, right? I mean, that's just absolutely
It's like the most
insane.
stupidest thing ever, because Kamala was saying how important the nuclear deal was with Iran.
They were talking about a ceasefire. They were doing all these things, and then as soon as Trump gets in, it's a complete,
where are the
green
protests?
light.
There's no protests anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't understand.
Exactly.
It's the most psychotic thing ever. It's like they purposely want to like remove themselves and their brains from reality and say, you know what? Because this feeds our audience, because this pays us, because we have something to do on Saturday morning now, we can go and do whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
Let's
Jenna,
keep
they're
doing
not all the entire Gaza Strip isn't children. Like, I don't understand why there should be a lot of care and funds, and we should absolutely care for what's happening for the people in Palestine. But the idea that I haven't seen you care of a single comment that you've been spamming about the 500,000 kids that died of starvation in Sudan. Like, why? Like, where's the disconnect? I don't understand. Like, why not care about them too? Like, we're all about compassion and empathy. Like, where is the care and compassion for the people of Sudan? That's what I don't understand. No, there is no both. There is no both with you. I haven't seen you say a single thing. So you have to come on.
There's also they also support the Houthis and Hezbollah, and they don't realize how much the Houthis are starving their own people in Yemen. Yemen has the number one famine in the world.
Mm-hmm.
All the pictures that you see from Gaza, quote unquote, are from Yemen, actually.
Exactly. And the Syrian civil war has been insane.
Exactly.
So it's like, why aren't we talking about that? I don't get. There's 1 million people that have died between Syria and Lebanon. Like, I don't understand why people don't talk about that. I don't understand why people don't talk about the Sudan.
The Congo. Oh, so sad.
I don't get it, and so if the entire argument is like we should just care about the kids and the children and the people dying, then I agree with you. I do agree with you. I just don't understand why we don't broaden and talk about everyone that's starving in that region. And I think a lot of it is because of climate change, and I think that a lot of it is because of economic strife that is from people having unproductive farms, and they are food insecure, so they're fighting for it, which is causing these civil wars. So it's like, I don't understand why we have to, like, why are we trying to pin people down on, yeah, exactly. So I'm programmed, and why can't we have a broader conversation and talk about this like more seriously, rather than me just like being forced to repeat whatever you want me to say. I'm never going to be that, guys. I'm never going to be that. If you want me to just sit up here and repeat and regurgitate your talking point that you've heard that you think is important, then I would not, it's going to be a bad lie for you. So,
And guys, I don't know who said it, but somebody said, it benefits me to talk about Israel. I'm literally Afghan. Like, I feel like like my people hate me because I have opposing views.
Yeah, Jenna, everyone that watches this stream knows that I'm not in touch with my heart, and I don't talk about that. So, like, I mean, I'm glad that you're new here. I think it's awesome that you're here. I think that you should continue watching, but I don't think that you will like continue thinking that I'm a soulless, heartless person if you continue. So anyway, so I think Stanley and Wendy want to come and berate me. So I think Stanley's up first. So all right, thank you so much. What's up, Stanley? How's it going, man?
What's up?
Not much.
I was here before already.
You were?
I was the tinfoil hat guy.
Oh, okay. I don't remember you.
I got 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, you didn't have the Mario thing. You changed your profile?
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
Oh, okay. Sorry, bro. Yeah, cool. Let's go for it.
All right. Well, I feel like I heard you mention QAnon earlier.
Yeah, I'm in it. I'm in that world, dude. Isn't that wild?
You're in it?
Yeah. So basically, did you hear about the salad vaccines?
The salad vaccines?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah. So basically, we created these through nanotechnology. We created RNA vaccines inside of plant chloroplasts, and that got into Mike Flynn's podcast that he did, and he was talking about it, and that got into the QAnon world, and then that QAnon conspiracy kind of went to us and found us. So yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't QAnon start with that whole Pizzagate thing?
Yeah, the Q drops like basically were a way, I kind of describe it as like a fan fiction on how and why Trump was failing at getting his policies through. And that was, basically this global cabal of the Democrats working together with Epstein to do whatever Yeah.
But it did start off with Pizzagate, correct?
I don't think that it started there, but it started with Q drops on 4chan. That's what I would say more accurately. It was coming from there.
Interesting. Well, I don't believe in QAnon. I haven't really. I mean, I looked into it. It seems kind of, a word that I won't say. But I do believe in the Pizzagate conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think most people don't even.
You agree with the Pizzagate conspiracy? You think that that's real?
100%. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, you do realize someone that went there like with an assault rifle trying to get to the basement that's in the conspiracy, and it wasn't there. There's no basement.
Mr. Welch, correct?
I don't know his last name. I guess you do, but
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I do know that. So yeah, that's a big talking point against the conspiracy. But the whole basement thing was never really an argument. I mean, nobody was really trying to say that there was a basement there. That wasn't even the conspiracy. But I can tell you why the shooting was kind of odd in itself.
I guess get to the
mean-
larger conspiracy, not this like individual thing. Why do you think that there's a global ring and that's involving all these politicians?
Well, I don't think Pizzagate was global. I think it was more of like a United States thing on
Okay.
both parties,
Okay.
not Democrats or anything like that. I feel like once you politicize something, it's easier to demonize it, which is what happened with Pizzagate. But yeah, no, multiple politicians were actually like tied to Pizzagate, including Tucker Carlson, which everyone likes to brush over because, you know, it's not good for the debunking.
Jenna, that's
But,
how indigenous studies work. That literally is how you like go into. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah. Yeah, someone in the comments says Tucker is CIA, which is true. Look into his father, who he worked for. But yeah, so the reason Pizzagate started was, you know, a lot of things, but mainly the emails that were leaked to WikiLeaks. I'm sure you know or don't. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, didn't it come from like Russia hacking those, and then the WikiLeaks dumps?
Yeah, Russian hacker group did hack John Podesta's.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was a hack or if they just sent him like a fake Gmail.
Okay, well, either way,
request,
it's a
something
phishing
like that.
thing. It's okay.
Yeah, sure, but that doesn't take away the contents within the emails, correct?
I mean, well, we don't know what got released. We don't know how they were influenced.
We do. It's on WikiLeaks. You can check it out right
but
now.
they could have pruned things off or added things in that they wanted to specifically give a certain facade of, you know, they could have edited it.
Yeah, sure. I understand that, but they've actually been looked at by the DOJ and by the CIA, and they're proven not to be. I mean, you can look this up. You don't take my word for it, right?
Okay.
But I mean, if they were forged, the administrations, the people that were involved in the emails, never came out and tried to claim that they were false.
Okay.
Which is something you would assume they'd do if it was false.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, do you know the contents that were in the emails?
Oh yeah, I looked at it during that time. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can read one to you right now. Again, nothing in them specifically is, you know.
I mean, like, but what's your
Okay.
conclusion from them? What are the things that you draw from WikiLeaks? What did you learn?
Well, yeah, just the contents and the names mentioned, which leads to other stuff. So one of the emails specifically stated, I'll read it to you right now.
Okay.
It's, did you leave a handkerchief? I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Is it yours? We can send it to you if you'd like. That doesn't really make sense to any person ever. I mean, it's obvious that they're using code. Whether or not it's something sinister or not, we don't know. But it's obvious that they are not speaking like normal humans here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have... It has a map that seems pizza related. That's not something normal people say.
Okay.
And so in these emails, a man was referenced. What was his name? James Elephantis, the owner of Comet Ping Pong, as you know, the restaurant that was shot up.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody got hurt, by the way. So yeah, this James Elephantis guy, people went to his Instagram, went to his Facebook.
Again, dude, I just want to like I want to give you the opportunity to say like what your conclusions are and how it ties into like a broader theme that you think. Like what did you learn after like reading all of these? You don't have to read them specifically, but like now, what do you think?
What do I think? What?
Yeah.
Oh, I
What are your
think that there's...
conclusions that you draw from reading them?
Well, I think they're talking about something and they want to be discreet about it.
And what are they talking about? What do they think? What do you think is happening that this is proof of?
Well, that's what I was getting to. You know, the people connecting these emails. For example, like I said, the owner of Comet Ping Pong, whose Instagram was filled with children, not his own. He doesn't have any children. Some of them he claimed to be his godchildren, I guess, in a picture where she's tied to a table, taped to a table, which is not normal. And she had bruised eyes. It's in the photo. They even showed it on Fox News. And Fox was defending him, by the way. They had him on to, kind of say like, oh, these conspiracy theorists are targeting you. So it wasn't like a slander piece. And they provided the photo. You can look at it. On top of that, many of the other people that followed him and were commenting on these posts were leaving weird messages saying like these kids are tasty and all this weird stuff that you could just look up. I mean, they have all the screenshots. The post have since been taken down. One of which, a user named Geo, who is a designer for some company. He also posted many photos and videos of children in weird positions, usually like partially nude, which I guess you could say is, just a creative choice, I guess, just artsy. Mm-hmm. But it's just like the amount of people and just like the continuous pattern involving children. I mean, John Podesta and his obsession with art involving children naked, showing their diapers. There's even a Washington Post article from 2012 talking about how at an art gallery that he hosted at his house, there was paintings or photos from an artist that likes to showcase naked teenagers in their parents' suburban homes. That's what I'm reading right here. I mean, it's just weird that all these people.
Weird stuff, man. There's just like a lot of weird stuff, but you're not connecting it to.
Like, do you personally hang up pictures of children naked in your home?
Of course not, dude.
I'd consider that a little bit more than weird.
It is weird. Do you know? Okay. All right, man. Well, it's been another 10 minutes, bro. I let you go for another 5 minutes. I was really trying to, get something more out of you to try to figure out how these things are kind of connected and how we can kind of build off of this. But you kind of read and so I was trying to let you expand, but you just kept reading these details. And so you can request again. I think we're going to do Wendy and then do a science segment and then talk science for a little bit. And then we can have some other time if you want. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Sick, dude. Thank you. Okay. Wendy, last person. Hi, Wendy. How's it going? Welcome back.
Hi, I am so sorry, dude. Like I said, the only thing I disagree with you on, and I can send you a plethora of, like, I don't know, they're even sending, like, Jewish citizens in to be like, hey, are war crimes being committed? I don't know. They're the only nation that doesn't have to abide by nuclear, whatever. Anyways, enough of that shit. Is that actually what you deal with on the daily?
What, the last guy?
Oh my god, the last two.
I mean, but it's basically kind of like a call-in show, and everyone has the chance to ask a scientist something, and if people want to talk about whatever, they can talk about whatever. So it's all right, that's all good.
Yeah, I know that's what you have to do, but that's incredibly cooked behavior. So, no, dude, are you serious? Like, no.
I think
Anyways,
we have to just, it's about not like believing what I believe in. It's not about copying my opinions. I don't want anyone to be like a follower of me. I don't want, it's more of just like thinking about how we analyze stuff and try to assimilate new information. I'm not right on everything. I like to learn, I think that it's a lot better and more kinder of a world if we just kind of like give people the benefit of the doubt that maybe that he does really care about these issues, and he's trying to talk about these things and bring them up, and he does think that there's something going on, and listening to people. And a lot of people that believe like in conspiracies haven't actually had anyone that like really breaks it down and goes through it with them. So that's kind of what I like doing, why they believe it. And that's why something like that, I'm like, well, why do you believe this, and why do you feel like it has any like connection with anything that we see today? And so it really isn't about the individual details of it, because that can all be coincidences or correlations, and that's the hard part. It's more about like a broader thing of how we can think about the world, I think, personally.
No, I completely agree with you. Like, we have to meet people where they're at, period. If we don't, we have happening today. Yeah. But the problem that I see is a frustration that I have is there is no cognitive thinking. Like, the lights are on, they have absorbed said information, but then you go into it, like even a remote interesting inquiry of, like, for instance, this guy, like, do I believe that everybody is fucked up? Yes. I think everyone is sinners. I do not believe that anybody is like pure and perfect. No, that's stupidity at its finest.
Yeah.
So I don't hold any oligarchian thought processes towards anybody in power right now, whatsoever. But removal of that. Okay, so you're saying they all sleep with children. Okay, where's your proof? What are you talking about, dude? Like, and it's like the other thing where it's like, I'm Afghanistan. I'm like, I like am 100% for Israel. And I'm like, why? Myself as a Jew, us in Orthodox meetings have this conversation where we're all like, no, this is going to ramp up anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to start hating us. We're going to start getting like rounded up again.
Yeah,
it's very...
I mean, there's people that have been assassinated in the United States already because of the anti-Semitism and stuff. It's real. It's happening.
Yes. Okay, there's that. But we're also rounding up innocent people, right? Like, Trump was like, no, we're only going to take care. We're only going to get rid of MS-13. As far as I know, Chicago has not been met.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's tough. It is tough.
Am I annoying?
No, not at all.
I always feel like I am. Only because I think of these things.
No, that's okay.
And they infuriate me.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I think the biggest thing for me staying sane, at least in Trump 1, was getting involved at the local level. And like, I started volunteering at City Hall, and it was wild to me how many programs there were, how many things that happened there that I didn't know about, all these resources, all these people that were there. And I think a big problem that we have is we have we have national media. So like, all of our political attention is national, and because Trump has an outside influence on local politics, right? But a lot of like the everyday of your world is actually from the local like City Hall, and we can have a huge impact there. So it's a great way to give back and make an actual influence in your community.
Well, and I completely agree with you. The other thing that I am like perplexed on is like right now Trump is like, oh, we're getting rid of like trans everything. And I'm like, okay, hold on a second. You guys are getting rid of like transmutations that we are actively studying.
Yeah.
We're like, that's not the same thing. What are you doing? Like, I've had so many of these little like headbangers, I'm like, am I boring? I'm sorry.
No, I think it's hilarious too. They don't know Their the ship or something, the plane, the Amelia Gay. They just like control F to like anything that they could find that said gay on it, and they removed a ship's name. It's like it's wild. So I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No, we're gonna defund all scientists. We're gonna get rid of all of the progress. Like, I told my mom yesterday, because she was a teacher for 35 years. Public school, like the coolest chick ever. Like, never judged anybody. Like, the sweetheart, meanest person you'd ever meet. Like, she's my best friend. And she's like, I'm genuinely afraid. Like, and she was crying, like, I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, we're kind of cooked. It's gonna take 45 years, so like you'll be dead, and our kids and grandkids are gonna have to take care of all of this. Like, and obviously we're Jewish, so we have gold, and you know. But it's scary when you I'm sorry, when you think of this great nation and all of the promises that were guaranteed to us by birthright. And even if you weren't, you became part of us. And this fear mongering of like the like, oh, you're an illegal immigrant. Do you know how well, from the dawn of time, immigrants have done to assimilate in the culture that they were part of? We have Roman history of it. I'm sorry. I'm so boring and stupid.
No, you're not.
And
Not at all. No. Have you listened? There's an Ezra Klein show about this. It was really interesting. It was like it's the opening line was like, it's tough in the Jewish family group chat right now. Like talking about this, like how it's just like how it's awful, the things that are happening in Israel right now, and Bibi is a monster and he's only inviting more hatred towards us, and
we're to be blamed.
No, it's atrocious. I mean, there's I worked with Israelis, that were leftists. There's like dozens in the world, so it was awesome to know some, and to call them my friends, and it's really sad, really sad the ways that they are getting flung, like news just comes at them. You know what I mean? They're just like working in their day, and then all of a sudden like the DC assassinations happen, and then it's like now they have to deal with this, and it is really sad. And it's like, and obviously they care about what's happening in Palestine and the Palestinians in Gaza and all that kind of stuff. Like they
have Palestinian friends. Why do you think 3,500 college students are in prison right now, and they just get older and older and older? Like, dude, here's the thing is, we believe they're people. What the fuck are you talking about? But they are living underneath a dictatorship. So while Netanyahu was literally bombing, and I'm sorry, that girl, she just wants you because you are incredibly handsome. However, she was like, oh my God, like, Israelis were the victims, as though we did not see that shit for our own fucking eyes. And here's the difference. I'm an American, and I align myself with the American Jews, and we're all talking like they're gonna get rid of us. They're gonna think we have something to do with them, and we have nothing to do with them. And here's the other problem. We have a lot to do with them because that's our family.
Yeah.
And our family doesn't believe in this bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, my family members are in jail, have been in prison for 4 fucking months, and starved.
Where?
And raped.
Where? In Israel?
In Israel.
No.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's awful. I'm so sorry.
I will show you the video of my fucking cousin,
Oh,
who
my
I
gosh.
love. So, like, here's like the other fucking discouraging bullshit is like, everyone's like, oh, it's not a problem. Oh, it's just fine. Tell the fucking truth. They don't want it because, okay, My cousin is like me. We're hippies. She wore a dead baby, like, sigil around her neck and the baby's picture, and she got her picked up and arrested. So did my aunt. My uncle was the only one telling us all of this.
That's awful. I'm so sorry.
No, don't be. This is disgusting. Stop it. Let's end it.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I agree. I don't. Unfortunately, with Trump in office, I don't think that there's much we can do. Like defunding and stuff isn't really. I don't think that that's a real. I mean, we should do whatever we can, right? I mean, but at the same time, I don't think that's really a path forward in order for Bibi to feel that pressure on U.S. politicians is probably the best way. I think that's really the only path forward. But again, like I don't think they're thinking in that guise. I think that they're thinking about it like diplomatically, and even as insane as Bibi is, he's like a useful idiot for them, and that's what the sad part is that they're kind of like throwing their own Jewish population and all the people that live in Brooklyn and everything down. And what pisses me off is that the Trump administration's whole thing with like going into what you're talking about, how they're trying to defend the Jewish population, right? These guys are coddling neo-Nazis, and at the same time, they're the ones that are defending like Jewish people. Like I think it's an unbelievable. College students are deported for criticizing a foreign country. Yeah, exactly. The free speech rights, like exactly, man. Like I don't understand that at all. Like the free speech of ability on college campuses. Like how are these college campuses not sticking up for their students? And then on top of that, they're paying hush money to the Trump administration in order to try to get some of their spending back. So it's like not only are they throwing their own students into handing them over, right? But then they're also they're paying them off. It's so gross.
But you also brought up Russia, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about the Bolsheviks?
Okay. What do you mean in terms of what?
The Bolsheviks uprising, so many of them fled into Israel, and that's Netanyahu. He grew up in New Jersey, but look at his I'm sorry, and I am not a conspiracy theorist whatsoever, because I believe in science, and I believe in data, and I believe in everything. However, we as Jews believe it's delivered on our maternal bloodline, correct?
Yeah.
And so is his, right?
Okay.
Weird.
Very weird.
And then you follow it through, but you said the Russians. Yeah. You said that.
I do think that Russia disinformation is pushing a lot of this dissent with anti-vaccine people, with pushing the idea that Israel can not be a nation anymore by divestment or stuff like that. I mean, I think that people they're stoking the fires and stuff. Yeah.
I'm also Russian, and I'm telling you, that's what it is.
Hey, that is my conspiracy that they're pushing that. So it's nice to have another person that's that. There you go, guys. That is the one if I believe a conspiracy, I'll tell you it's a conspiracy that I don't have evidence for, and it's nice to have another person that at least thinks that. So
there is Yuri Brokovich. He warned us of everything. Yuri Brokovich. Remember his name. You won't, but he warned us.
Is that the geopolitical thing? The geopolitical Russian psyop idea?
What do you... Yes, but also how to completely destroy people on an individual level. He worked for the KGB. Yuri, excuse me, YURI space ER.
What was that? One more time.
Yuri Brokovich. from the 1980s. He told us, and everything he said, you guys, literally, our parents. And now we're all fucked.
Yeah, it is. I think it's wild, man. I think that the Russians are having a huge outside influence on everything, and like it's.
Well, if you listen to the Israelis, if you listen to the Jewish people, they hate it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They literally hate what's happening to them. They are pacifists. Like, they're the easiest religion because they believe you get punched in the face and you should just take it.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I've experienced it. I've seen it. Like,
alrighty. Well, thank you, Wendy. Thanks for popping on. I appreciate it.
I'm so sorry.
No,
I'll
don't
leave
be
you
sorry.
alone.
No. Don't be sorry. Please don't be sorry. All good.
Please listen to that.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't find it. If you could hop into the Discord, link it there, that'd be cool. So that'd be cool. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Please don't say you're sorry. There's no reason to apologize. It was good talking to you. So thank you. All right, guys. I think you know what time it is. Is there? Oh my gosh, it's so awkward and it doesn't do it. Okay, I tested it before. Okay, it's this time. Yes, we're talking about science. Welcome to Science Stream. Got a little. I love it. I always love it. He got out again. This one, guys. Again, I'm not a physicist, so I'm learning with you guys on this one. Guys. Is gravity quantum? Experiments could finally probe one of physics' biggest questions. And Light of Life is actually in the chat, everyone. I'm so happy that you are here. I saw this and I saw the quantum kind of thing, and I am so highlight. Please be nice to her in the chat, guys. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate you, Light, genuinely. You're always welcome here. Okay, quantum physics is often described as the most successful scientific framework in history. In its 100 years of existence, it has explained everything from the periodic table of elements to how stars shine. But there is one fundamental phenomenon it can't explain: gravity. Quote, how quantum mechanics and gravity fit together is one of the most important outstanding problems in physics, end quote, says Catherine Zurich, a theoretical physicist at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech in Pasadena. Generations of researchers have tried to create a quantum theory of gravity, and their work has produced sophisticated mathematical constructs such as string theory. But wow, I didn't realize that. I guess quantum being tied to string theory makes sense, but I didn't make that connection before. That's cool. But experimental physicists haven't found concrete evidence for any of these, and they're not even sure what such evidence could look like. That's a big thing. You have to have some type of expected result in order to, do the experiment. But I guess theoretical physicists are even a different breed, right? They're not doing any type of physical experiments. So anyway, now there's a sense that insights could be around the corner. In the past decade, many researchers have become more optimistic that there are ways to test the true nature of gravity in the laboratory. Scientists have proposed experiments to do this and are pushing the precision of techniques to make them possible. Quote, there's been a huge rise in both experimental capability and our theoretical understanding of what we actually learn from such experiments, says Marcus, an experimental physicist at University of Vienna and a pioneer of this work. Some of the proposed tests involve experimental lasers, which could be built in a few years. Others require manipulating matter in such ambitious ways that they might never be achieved. One shocking result could be that gravity is not a quantum phenomenon at all. Still, many researchers feel that the field is finally on the right track. You have to search if you're going to find anything, says Lee McCuller, an experimental physicist also at Caltech. The current accepted theory of gravity is Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity. It is revealed that gravity is the way it is the way in which each lump of matter influences another by curving the space-time in which they travel, akin to a billiard ball, deforming the elastic surface of a trampoline and bending each other's paths as they move on it. General relativity is a classical as opposed to a quantum theory. In quantum physics, a particle is described as smeared out cloud of possibilities, and its position only assumes a meaning after it's measured. After it's measured is a big thing, right? Because it can move as it's going. But Einstein's theory sees particles as things that exist at a precise moment in space at any given time, and that move along well-defined trajectories. Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't think about that before. Quantum physics, smeared out possibilities, position only assumes its meaning after it's measured. Einstein's classical or exact precise point in space at any given time. Interesting. Researchers attach a variety of meaning to the idea of gravity being quantum, says Flaminia, a physicist at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. Scientists generally agree that any quantum theory of gravity has to involve features such as objects having fuzzy probability distributions rather than definite locations. Some theories also require space-time to come in discrete chunks, quanta, as opposed to the smooth space-time of Einstein's theory. But this is by no means synonymous with gravity being quantum, she says. In early attempts to create a quantum theory of gravity in the 1960s, theoretical physicists tried to feed general relativity into a mathematical procedure that turns classical equations into quantum ones, and objects with well-defined properties into fuzzy probabilistic clouds. But although this trick had worked well for another fundamental force of nature, electromagnetism, in the case of Einstein's theory, it gave nonsensical results such as the quantities that blew up to infinity. Wow, that's wild. So it worked for electromagnetism, which is the idea that if you have an electrical charge through something, there's going to be a magnetic field that is created towards that. But with gravity, it didn't work. Interesting. Efforts to build quantum theories of gravity from scratch have produced some mathematically consistent results. The most popular attempt is string theory, which posits that elementary particles are really tiny strings vibrating in unseen dimensions of space. In principle, this could solve some paradoxes in the theory of known elementary particles, and it predicts new elementary particles that behave the way physicists expect a quanta of gravity or gravitons. This does achieve the goal of making gravity a quantum theory, but researchers have looked for experimental signatures of certain versions of string theory, with no success so far. That the same has been true for loop quantum gravity, at even more radical approach that replaces the fabric of space-time with tiny loops. What? They've tried to... Wow, that's wild. I've never even heard this. Some physicists have become frustrated at the dearth of prospects for testing that, and they see fancy constructs such as string theory. I think people are getting enamored by it. Dude, that's gnarly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is wild. I have never... Tiny loops instead of space-time. That is really interesting. I have never heard of that. But you know what time it is. This time is your time. This time is your time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. This is your time. Thank you so much to our last subscriber. It's not Ado is our last subscriber, and Sheepadoodle. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. Sheepadoodle for the top gifts. Roger, Duocracy, Michael, Addie, Nico, Jen, Wendy, Ado. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you for the likers. Everyone doing their part from 1 like, 100 likes, or 1,000 likes, or 2,000 likes, like JC, Krista, Cora, Omar, Duocracy, Maylee, Bud, Galactic Starly. Thank you guys so much. The number one way you can support the channel is with a subscription. I appreciate you guys so much. Remember to hit that follow, hit the likes if you want. If you want me to read what you want to say right now on stream, we have $5 super chats. We also have a Discord where we can talk links, show notes. Jen. Oh no, okay, I'm sorry. I got a super chat. Sorry. Also, there's a YouTube live archive, guys. There's a YouTube live archive with all the past lives that will premiere tomorrow at noon. So, and all my publications if you want to read that. Alrighty, and now we're back. We are back. We're back, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. All right. You made it. You made it on YouTube. Jen, $5 super chat. She asks, am I going to my tournament? I am not, unfortunately. I just can't. Oh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, no, I'm not going to be going to the tournament, guys. Yeah, I can't risk injury. I can't risk. It's like it's over $1,000, to go at least. It's probably closer to $2,000. So I'm asking everyone in the family to cut back, and we have to kind of like all, because of what's happening, we all have to take a step back, and I can't really. It's really selfish of me to do that, even with all your guys' generous support, and I really do appreciate it. I already went to my tournament, bro. I've done a couple of IBJJF tournaments. I won my first match, my first competition match to get this. Boom! Look at that! Look at that lion! Boom! That was cool. That was that was the San Diego Open. Boom! Right there, San Diego Summer Open, Sagi tournament. So, though they do a ton of them. They do. So the Worlds are in Vegas every year around now. They're called Masters World, and there's other tournaments all like every month. There's tons of tournaments. It's just the amount. It's just the one that's like the World Championship. That's the special one. There's the no-gi one in December, but I'm definitely going to gi or no gi. I like both of them. They're both like kind of different. It's kind of like surfing. It's like surfing a point break versus a beach break. I like them both. They're both really fun. I'm probably going to be training. My next tournament's probably going to be probably going to go. No, I'm not going to go, Nico. Yeah, it's like $1,000, man. It's just too much money, and I could get injured too. So if I got injured, it would be awful. So yeah, I'm training right now I'm going to train for ADCC San Diego Open in January. That's my thing. So I'm in a little bit of a bulk right now, and then I'm going to cut in January, hit it. So we'll see what happens in January. So, it's only the San Diego Open. It's not like the actual ADCC big tournament. So that's the invitational. So there's like smaller local tournaments and stuff like that. Yeah, it is cool. Thank you, man. Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to do another one before then. I need to get a job by then. So it kind of like lines up perfectly. January kind of lines up perfectly. So hopefully on the last one, guys, on the last one, I was 215. I was a plump boy. I was a plump little rounded face boy. I was that's actually an interesting idea, man. They do live streams already. They do it. I mean, I have video that we can do. You can watch. But thank you, Noah. Thank you. If you're gonna coom and you're gonna thirst, you at least got a gift, bro. You got to subscribe. You know what I mean? Come on, right? Thank you. All right. Okay. I'm telling you, it's not me that'll get you, dude. It's everyone in chat. It's everyone in the chat. They'll come after you if you don't do it. Okay, Garrett, you're the only one, dude. So I guess we're.
How you doing, Dr. Greg?
What's up, dude? How's it going?
Pretty good. Do you see? Do you see how much ICE agents are getting paid?
Dude, it's crazy. It's like
That
300,000.
signing bonus, bro. When I turn 21, I'm telling you what, I'm joining as fast as I can. I'm running to that application.
I mean, it's basically a jobs program for Republicans, right? I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love it. Yep. You see, Trump's making peace in the world. You see, he's gonna make a deal with Russia and Ukraine.
I thought he already did. I thought it wasn't he supposed to do that on day one? But he was supposed to like get that done. I see you, Jimmy. I'll put a timer on right now. Wasn't he supposed to do that on day one? Isn't he late?
That's Joe's war. What do you mean?
No, he said he was going to get done with the day one. He was going to get it all done.
Putin said if Trump was in office in 2020, if he won, there would be no war.
Yeah, I know. It's
So
crazy.
you Democrats
It's crazy that someone that is like indebted to, Trump is going to be sitting there and, telling him what everyone wants.
Well, Trump's the president. He can do whatever he wants.
That's the problem. That they think that. It's awful. What do you think?
Wait, what?
What do you think that the limits of the president should be?
What'd you say, Dr. Greg?
What do you think the limits of the president should be?
I guess anything that isn't against the Constitution in some parts. I don't like the birthright. The birthright, I think, should be changed.
So you do believe in the constraints of the Constitution for the president?
For the most part, I guess.
Interesting.
Yeah.
For the most part, that's interesting. I mean, isn't it the oath literally that he was like to support and uphold the Constitution? So anything else would be
but
breaking his oath. Isn't that impeachable to like not uphold his oath?
It's all subjective, I guess.
It's definitely not subjective. There's only one Constitution, and we definitely have some things definitely outlined in there.
Tell you what, you want to talk about Joe Biden's terrible withdrawal from Afghanistan?
You mean the thing that 3 presidents tried to do and no one can do except for him? Yeah, I mean, I think that he did a great job with it.
Got 13 Marines killed. Yep.
Well, I mean, there was Trump's conditions. There were Trump's conditions that he just followed through with.
Wait,
so you'd rather us be in war
right now,
so
Dr. Greg?
Do you think that more or less people, American troops, would have died since 2020 if we were in Afghanistan?
Wait, what'd you say?
Do you think more or less people, troops, would have died in Afghanistan since 2020?
If Trump was in office?
No. If Biden didn't withdraw from Afghanistan, how many more troops do you think would have died in Afghanistan?
If Biden was still in office and the war was still going on, probably a lot.
Okay, so you want those people to die then? You're okay with those people to die?
No, I care about
so then you support his withdrawal then, because if he's so bad at managing it, then he's going to have over hundreds of people dying. Only 13 is like a good idea, right?
You support like terrorism? Like I don't understand.
No, I mean I'm saying that you think that Biden is with like mismanaging the war in Afghanistan. So the best thing that he could have done was withdraw, right? Because he's so badly.
Yeah, but of
Yeah.
course, no
Okay.
one wants
All right.
war.
So you support exactly. So you support Biden
Yeah,
withdrawing from Afghanistan.
you keep doing that.
Nice.
You keep like
Yeah.
making answers for me. No, that's not
Nice.
what I mean.
Well,
He
that's what
could
you
have done it a
said.
different
You
way. He
said
could
that
have
he
done it
didn't do it.
better. He could have withdrawn, not like how he did.
Okay,
He
but
left.
if
he,
that's
the
not the choice.
Taliban,
So the
the
choice
Taliban
is like,
now has
yeah, but
tons
like
of U.S.
how many
support.
more?
You know that, right?
So let's say 500 troops die in Afghanistan because of Biden mismanaging the war since 2020. Do you support that?
Okay, so Greg, will you admit that the withdrawal was a terrible disaster?
No, that's absolutely
No,
not.
it's not.
No.
Why? Why not?
What are you talking about? Because it was
13
actually
people,
withdrawing
13
the
Marines
troops and
died, and
everything was fine.
now
How many of those, like, what happened to all those things all the Republicans and MAGA were crying about and saying that we're giving these Black Hawks to all these people? And how many, like, oh, man, they must have, like invaded a country with all that military power, didn't they? Like, who did they, which country toppled down because they had all that American military?
just because they didn't take down a
Oh,
country
okay.
doesn't
So
mean
they
they're
didn't
still.
do anything with it. So
Oh,
that
so
was
you
another
expect
like
them? You expect
overblown
them to
thing
just go
for
take
MAGA
down
that didn't
countries?
that
Like
didn't span up
what?
to anything.
Dr. Greg, you have not served in the military.
Nope. But
I
I've
can tell.
actually served like my country by through
How?
science.
That ain't serving your country.
Yeah, it
If you
is.
ain't out
Absolutely, it
there,
is. What are you talking about?
if you ain't out there on the front lines, you ain't serving.
Why would you're serving George W. Bush's war, bro? Not me. If you're out there fighting in Afghanistan, or if like, what do
Tell
you?
you what about Obama, man? Obama was bombing the shit out of what was it, Yemen?
Well, the drones, not with actual like people. That has its own problems.
I tell you what, Democrats are the warmongers.
Are they?
Tell you what, Trump's ending wars. Joe Biden created wars. Obama bombed children and families.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I don't know.
All right, man. I gotta hard limit you for 5 minutes, but thank you. I appreciate
Greg,
it.
Dr. Greg doesn't. Dr. Greg supports.
All right. Okay, Rocky, fan of the show. Rocky, how's it going? Thanks for always being in here. Love you guys. You're always here, man. All right, Jimmy.
Yo, what up, Dr. Greg?
Jimmy, what's up, man?
Not much. Just eating some raccoon dog. Nah, I'm just joking.
Be careful.
Chips.
Be careful.
No, I actually want to talk about. So you don't think that the Afghan departure was just embarrassing? You don't think that was embarrassing? You don't think at all? No. Like that picture of the Afghans hanging off the aircrafts leaving. You don't think that was embarrassing? As like, like the world's best country.
No, who cares?
No,
who cares?
Oh my.
No, you're gonna have like some stuff that's that falls through the cracks, or there's just not I don't feel like it's a big problem, man. Like that none of those guys used any of those for anything, and they were all decommissioned, and like what's the point? Like why are we talking about? I care way more that we're out of Afghanistan finally, that we actually got out of this endless war and out of the 3 presidents tried to remove ourselves from Afghanistan. Yeah. What about the 13 soldiers? I mean, what if there was going to be way more soldiers that would have died if we stayed in Afghanistan? So if you actually care about the soldiers and care about soldiers not dying, you get the soldiers out. So that's how you actually do that. So this kind of like, it reminds me of the Lincoln Riley Act, like Left Behind, bro. Like that's just the Lincoln Riley Act, where we try to create these single people, these single points that the right repeats ad nauseum in order to justify and warmonger over and over and over again for endless wars. And I'm just happy that it's not true.
Well, I tell you what, if the Lincoln Riley Act was enacted before she had died, she'd still be alive right now.
We don't know that.
Yeah, he would have been in jail, not on parole.
I mean, there's always going to be. I mean, there's always going to be like violence, man. I feel like it's castigating and it just doesn't make any sense. That how Joe Biden did it was like a better system, in the fact that you had people coming into the border that were actually documented as they were coming in. So we knew who they were. They knew whatever papers they were that were handed in, that were categorized and all that kind of stuff. As opposed to people that are just coming in right now, completely undocumented. We have no idea who they are. So
I'd rather have like 30,000 undocumented immigrants come in than 20 million kind of documented immigrants come in.
yeah, we don't know what the numbers are. It could be 10 million more. Like, how do you know?
I was watching this documentary the other day. It was this guy. He went to the border and he went to this hot spot in this corner, and then during Joe Biden's presidency, that thing was flooded, man. There was like hundreds of people walking through, dude. The cartel was taking them in truckloads, dude. And then after Donald Trump came in office, dude, that thing was empty. It was like a ghost town out there, dude.
I think a lot of it's happening. It's just not happening at the popular spots anymore, and then people just are actually undocumented going through. I think it's way safer for everyone if the people are actually have like their records of their name, who they are, how to contact them, all that kind of stuff. I think that's way better than actual undocumented immigration. That's a conspiracy, Sheep. I obviously there's no, I don't have. It is, yeah. I don't have any direct evidence of it, but I think that they're still coming over, man. I still think that they have a lot of, a lot of ways to get in.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're never going to end people coming over, but
yeah,
if you're just trying to limit it, enforce our laws and keep our borders secure. Mm-hmm. You're painting that wall today. I saw that on the news that they're painting that wall black. It might sound stupid at first, but it's pretty symbolic. This president's keeping the borders taken seriously. He's taking this issue that most Americans care most about.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. The thing that they cared the most about, and the thing that they passed first was a billionaires payout. That's what they want. They're never going to pass an immigration bill ever. So they had a chance. We had a chance to actually make a big difference on immigration if people actually cared about it, versus every 4 years when this is a hinge pinch for xenophobia, where all the Republicans can blame all our problems on immigrants. Like, they had a chance to actually make a difference, and they didn't do that. So now this is where we are. But
yeah, I think our borders are more secure. The numbers are down. I don't think you really don't need a whole full-fledged bill on immigration necessarily.
Yeah, you do, man. You do. You can't just use the national defense authorization that the president has in order to get things like done for stuff like that. I mean, immigration is bigger than that. It's a huge system. The problem is with the judges, and it's with the judicial process that needs to be funded fully, and none of that's happening. So we're repeating the same problems. Like painting the wall black isn't gonna do anything.
Yeah, we'll agree with that. We do have a backlog. I say, in order to prevent more coming in, we got to stop the bleeding now, and we got to recover. We got to get these people processed, and we just got to get them out. That's how I see it. I don't know.
Okay. All right. There's someone else in the queue. I'm down to talk about it more, but just letting you know. Okay.
All right.
I appreciate you coming up, man. Always good
Thanks
talking
a lot.
to you.
Yep.
All right,
see ya.
George, dude, thanks for requesting, man. Nice to see you.
Hey, Dr. Greg. Nice to finally talk with you, man. Dude. I've been enjoying your live, staying up way too late.
Oh, no way. Thank you.
I appreciate you and what you're doing, man, and your message. And
thank you.
Yeah. And I mean, to the previous guest, I'd say what's embarrassing is taking the premier scientific center of the world and just destroying it and making people afraid to come to this country.
Yeah.
Immigration doesn't mean cruelty and just getting as many people out as possible, as you know.
Exactly.
And so I'm sorry to hear about your situation, man. Every week I get a DM by somebody that's lost funding, lost an assistantship. Have been told not to go to school because they don't know where the funds are going to come from.
Exactly.
And a lot of people are like, oh, it doesn't matter. You just move here or there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I see a lot of attacks on our states' rights. I mean, we have executive orders that are limiting what states can do with respect to protecting their own environment.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
And
It's
how
awful.
they treat their people. But I just I appreciate you having me up, man.
Oh,
and,
yeah, of course. Anytime, dude. Dude, did you see the science segment? Did you see the physics, the quantum?
I did. Duke Ray had sent me a message to, and I saw you talking about it. Yeah, the loop quantum gravity and the string theory and stuff.
Dude, so what is so have you heard of this tiny loop hypothesis like before? That's wild to me.
Yeah, so I've only just heard of loop quantum gravity, probably at slightly deeper level. You have never studied it.
Gotcha.
We've done some similar things. There's a big history of discretizing a system, right? You have these continuous systems you can't solve. So you discretize it and you solve simpler system at each little volume element, and you just connect, make sure the boundary values are continuous or satisfy whatever physics. And that's what they're trying to do there. But yeah, loop quantum gravity is a consistent, people don't notice. They think we don't have quantum gravity, but we do have quantum gravity theories. They're just not consistent with the other forces. They don't fit into our quantum field theories. And this is because
is that what they were talking about with the equations that didn't line up with the classical, like the electromagnetic?
Every other force is it ends up being what we call normalizable, which means that like we do all these sums over across every possible momentum, but the theory's not really valid at all momentums. So you have to make some cuts. And so the thing is with gravity, you can't really make a cut that leads you to a finite result. And even when you have these cuts, you end up with a bunch of infinities. Actually, the first time I took quantum field theory was really disappointing, man. I calculate things like the charge and the mass, and they're all infinite. And it turns out you have to do some math and do some clever tricks, but you can sweep the infinities into a sector that's not observable. But you cannot do that for gravity. You just cannot. There's too many infinities. You can't sweep them under the rug.
Wow. So it's happening with even your stuff with the infinite parallel worlds kind of stuff. Like you even see that in yours? Oh yeah.
So I came in at the very end of your infinity, and I just assumed it was about the kind of renormalization. Okay. But all the quantum field theories have some divergences that we have to control.
Oh.
We're making it up as we, right? We just, I like to say, we speak with the universe and ask it if what we're making up is actually meaningful, right? And so far our models are pretty accurate, but they all fail somewhere. Our cosmology, so cool. Cosmology's having a lot of problems right now with this Hubble tension, and some could say dark matter is a potential problem.
Dude, it's so interesting to me, like the theoretical versus, I don't know how the practical experimental physics like divide. Like, I don't know what they kind of say. I went to UCR, so I went to see Barry Barish talking about gravitational waves and stuff. And he was talking about how it was 50 years between like them coming up with the theory and then like the ability for the engineering to like catch up so that they could actually measure like the gravity waves. And it was just like a really interesting way of, just the steps that are required in physics, because as a biologist, I'm like, I have a hypothesis and then I have to test it directly. I have to make sure and then prove it 3 other ways in order to have the publication. But it's so interesting to me, like the theoretical physics where it kind of like exists in these like mathematical proofs, I guess, like how are we like making this?
Well, I would say string theory is kind of unique in living in that realm. The rest of our models, our quantum field theories, our gravitational models. Yeah. I mean, they made predictions like general relativity, the precession of the perihelion of Mercury. Like we noticed that, more than 100 years ago that, Mercury's in an elliptical orbit and that orbit itself is rotating. And Newtonian gravity doesn't give you the right amount of rotation, but general relativity does. Also deflection of stars around the, our sun. We observed this, the Eddington plates. Wow. So I think that given these really precise observations that match the theory, people were willing to give it that chance to say, okay, we'll wait 50 years. We'll go build and work the technology. People gave string theory that same grace, maybe not quite as long, but string theory has never made a testable prediction. All it does is provide a framework where gravity and the other forces can be considered in a consistent mathematical framework. But beyond that, we don't have the tech and in the foreseeable future to test anything in string theory.
Wow. That blows my mind. So
and actually, in 2004, I was at a high energy physics conference, and the chair of the conference begged because there were string theorists. So it's like, would you please just stop doing string theory for a few years and help us do precision QED and QCD calculations so that we can go discover the Higgs, because we hadn't discovered the Higgs boson yet.
Okay.
And I don't know if anybody took him up on the offer, but I thought it was just kind of telling. There was so much brain drain. I don't know if you're in your field, if there were any of these kind of like very sexy, flashy light subjects that the smartest people went into. But in physics, that was string theory. And it was a brain drain on the field because it really hasn't yielded much.
Interesting.
It yielded really good math. And I hope that in the future it can be a framework that we can build off of. But, we're a ways out from testing it.
Wow. So is it just because, I guess why? Like, is it just it's too small? It's too hard. It doesn't have an impact.
I think small is the way to think about it. That to get smaller scales, you have to go higher energies, and we just can't achieve those energies.
Oh, fascinating. So I guess like, is like a scale thing? Like, are we talking like the Higgs boson is like what makes up a proton and like, right? And
the Higgs boson is this kind of field that permeates the entire universe, and we interact, our particles interact with it to get mass. It's what gives things mass.
Okay, so like, and then that versus like how many orders of magnitude then are we talking between that and string theory? Or is it just like two forces and there's not really like a definite scale?
I don't remember. I don't know offhand the scale difference, but when I was in physics, there was no even plan to build an experiment to test string theory.
Wow.
There was these, it does make predictions. It does make predictions. So it's a theory in that sense, and it's mathematically consistent. So it's built up axiomatically. Okay. And so it is consistent mathematically. It does make some predictions. We just can't test them.
So like, I guess my question then would be like the mathematic thing, the mathematical, well, 1 second, we got a super chat. It hasn't come through yet, Sheep, but I'll read it when I get it. I guess the mathematical, like, how would someone even figure out or how would they be doing the math in order to resolve, this might be a string theory, or the hypothesis that the string theory might be there.
Yeah.
If it's like so small we can't even measure it, but it's just like exists in like these equations, I guess. That's so interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you just follow the scientific method. You make a hypothesis. You hypothesize that everything is decomposed into little strings that are essentially just energy. And then you ask the questions, well, what can these strings do? They can vibrate. They can have different boundary values. They can connect to the same membrane or different membranes. And now you're dealing with the notion of things that strings connect to. And now you have to embed the strings in certain dimensions. I mean, the string theory, the running joke when I was in grad school, at least, is like the string theory was fluctuating between 10 and 12 dimensions any day. The most popular string. They're high dimensional theories.
I guess, so we got a super chat asking you about quantum physics. Do you know quantum physics?
Yeah. I mean, so there's a couple of flavors of quantum physics. There's classical quantum physics. And that is just dealing with things that are basically small and slow. And then there's quantum field theories, and now you're dealing with things that are very small and very fast. And that is when we talk about modern physics, this is quantum field theory. A field is a collection of points at every point in space and time. So it's a collection of numbers. So this is a field. An electric field, you can think of it as a field. At every point in space, you have an electric magnitude, and it points in a certain direction. This is a vector field. So quantum field theories are just generalizations of that. We collect these fields, and that field's characteristics determine whether you're dealing with a particle or a wave. And that's completely determined by the forces or potentials you have acting and the environment. So you have an environment, and it shapes reality, really. So this is a beautiful thing. This is the observer effect. You hear people talk about the observer effect. It's nothing more than inserting energy or matter into a system, and since you've affected that system's environment, you affect that system.
It's kind of like a ripple effect.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have these differential equations. They have boundary values, and the boundary values basically determine what's on the interior.
Quantum stuff is so interesting to me because it is constantly being used for the like pseudo science stuff. Like there's always going to be like new age spiritual stuff, related to it. And like, unlike any other field that I've ever seen. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, there are serious physicists that are looking at how quantum entanglement, superposition, things like that affect consciousness, right? The tubules, these little microtubules in your brain. And they do seem to be able to, and it's quite impressive if nature can do this.
Yeah.
Like exploit entanglement at like room temperature. We don't see quantum effects at room temperature because they're masked out by thermal effects. Everything jostling around like that tends to just dominate the behavior. If you can get it cold enough, you can quiet it down. Then you start to see some of the quantum effects at the microscopic scale, right? Another way to do it is just go small by going super high energy and probing the smallest possible scales. And then you're like really high energy, but you're probing small scales. Macroscopically, thermo effects dominate. But yeah, so there are some serious publications that are exploring this, but there's no definitive answer as to what role quantum mechanics plays in our mind. I would be surprised, Dr. Greg, if there wasn't something quantum mechanical associated with our consciousness. We know nature exploits quantum mechanics.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you can go look up at chlorophyll. Like chlorophyll is incredibly high efficiency, and it does this by exploiting like the superposition principle. Basically, the light is allowed to take multiple paths to get to its destination. So nature does exploit quantum.
Oh, I've never thought about that. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think, I got another question from chat. Do you think that consciousness is located outside the brain?
As a scientist, I have to say there's no evidence of that right now.
Okay.
This could be a limitation of science. Right now, the way we do science is intimately tied to our technology. And thus far, this has really served humanity. We may get to a point where that may limit humanity and we actually have to go within to figure out the deepest science, but I think we're a long way from that.
Dang.
So right now, science would say, no, there is no consciousness outside of the mind. But that's just a limitation of tech right now, one could say. So, as a scientist, we have to remain agnostic.
Interesting. I was looking up quantum biology. So quantum biology is the study of applications of quantum mechanics and theoretical chemistry to aspects of biology that cannot be accurately described by the classical laws of physics. So an example would be enzyme catalysis. Enzymes have been postulated to use quantum tunneling to transfer electrons in the electron transport chain. It is possible that the protein quaternary architectures may have adapted to enable sustained quantum entanglement and coherence, which are two of the limiting factors of the quantum tunneling in biological entities.
Yeah, that's so cool, man. Yeah, I think quantum biology is an emergent field, and maybe the answers to the person's question about consciousness will finally come from that branch of physics.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say physics, branch of science.
Yeah. Ferritin. Ferritin is an iron storage protein that is found in plants and animals. It is usually formed in 24 subunits. Electron tunneling through ferritin between electrodes is independent of temperature, which indicates that it is substantially coherent and activationless. The electron tunneling distance is a function of the size of the ferritin. Dang, I'd never even heard.
Yeah, it's really cool stuff, right?
Yeah,
I've never heard of the things you're reading about either, but it's
the quantum biology Wikipedia. What do you think about Wikipedia for a lot of the science stuff? I think it's so well. The explanations are so succinct that some of the I really haven't found any gross errors on anything that I've researched.
And it's consistent with how we do mainstream science, consensus, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of governed by consensus, which is how we roll. That's what we teach.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
You got to be a try-hard lover of this stuff if you're in Wikipedia, doing the edits,
And I'm sure if you go to what your dissertation was on, if I go to my dissertation was on the direct and indirect detection of neutrino dark matter. So if I go read the dark matter section, there'll be holes in it. But come on, dude. Cool. Once you do your dissertation, you're in an elite group of a few dozen people that know as much as you do in that area, right?
Yeah,
and that's not represented in Wikipedia. But does it need to be?
Exactly.
I don't think it needs to be.
Yeah, it almost gets pedantic,
Exactly. Yeah.
DNA mutation. I can't believe I've never even thought about. I've never heard about this. DNA acts as the instructions for making proteins throughout the body. It consists of 4 nucleotides. I'm trying to. Okay. Whenever a cell reproduces, it copies these strands of DNA. However, sometimes throughout the process of copying the strand of DNA, a mutation or an error of the code can occur. A theory for the reasoning behind the DNA mutation is explained by the Loudon DNA mutation model. In this model, a nucleotide may spontaneously change its form through a process of quantum tunneling. Because of this, the changed nucleotide will lose its ability to pair with its original base pair, consequently change the structure and order of the DNA strand. That's wild. That would be an additional way of mutating outside of like DNA polymerase error. Wow, that's amazing.
I mean, we can have like a radiation facilitate a mutation, right? I haven't heard that one in tunneling. That's really cool.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Here we go. Exposure to ultraviolet. This is for light of life. There we go. Exposure to ultraviolet light and other types of radiation can cause DNA mutation and damage. The radiation also can modify the bonds along the DNA strand in the pyrimidines and cause them to bond with themselves, creating a dimer. We already knew that, but that mutation idea that is wild.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
DNA mutation model. It's an August 2013 paper. It titled "Quantum Tunneling to the Origin and Evolution of Life." Wow.
That is quite the title.
Dude, for real. Isn't that like, oh my God. Going from quantum tunneling to the evolution of life.
All right, Dr. Gray, I'm gonna hop off, man.
Okay.
I gotta go. It was getting late for me, but
okay.
I saw there was a chance for me to hop up. Yeah. Usually you have a pretty big queue, but I'm gonna come back, man. And if you ever have want to talk physics or anything, just feel free to shoot me a DM or anything. And I'm happy to come on and join you and talk some physics and stuff.
It is physics is so far away from what my knowledge, and I haven't had a physics class since high school, so I'm always learning, and thank you so much for that opportunity. I always love to learn, so I'll take you up on that for sure.
And I really enjoy your lives too much. Like I said, I've been staying up too late, but I really enjoy what you're doing, man.
Thanks, man.
This is nice. I hope this channel grows into what it deserves to be, because you're putting out a good message. Cool. And science is important.
Yeah, dude. We got to fight for it. We have to defend it.
It's part of we are middle class people. Scientists are middle class people trying to get their slice of the American dream.
Yeah.
And I just don't know why we're attacking that.
Yeah. Beautifully put, man. Beautifully put.
Peace, brother.
Thank you so much. All right, guys.
All right.
George Physics. Great. I've been following him. He's been friend of all people on the stream. So many people have been sharing his stuff with me in chat too. I appreciate him so much, because it's just so cool to a science communicator out there. And thank you, George. Thank you. And he's so right, man. It's so right. All right, guys. Well, I've been trying to think about ending the stream a little bit earlier, not staying up until 1 or 2 a.m. I know. Oh, okay. Wait 1 second. Is the what's his face in the guy that was spamming said that the ventilator assisted stuff. Let's go through that real quick. I've been going to the 9 a.m. So I can kind of stay up a little bit better. I've been trying to mess with my. Oh, okay, yeah, let's do this. What's up? Oh, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Are you battling?
Sure, I'll battle. Let's do it. I've been talking about quantum biology. Do you know? Have you heard about it? Quantum physics.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've heard of quantum physics.
Okay, cool. Do you like science at all?
Yes,
Oh, cool. What do you like about science?
everything.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Mark, I got your publication pulled up, bro. We're gonna go over it afterwards. So stay in
Thank you
chat.
for double tapping.
Yeah,
I don't know what that means. And Brandon, are you like good?
I think
'Cause
so. Are we? What's your favorite subject in science class?
biology.
No way. All right, that's cool. I'm somewhat of a biologist myself.
Yeah, I like the chromosome stuff.
Oh, the DNA? Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah.
That was my favorite when I was learning about that in
Mm-hmm.
school.
It's
You can't afford it. No, literally, you can't afford it.
the you know what's crazy to think about? Like a butterfly has the complete genome of the caterpillar and the complete genome of the butterfly inside it when it's first born. And then you basically have like parts of the chromosome that turn on specifically only to create the caterpillar parts, and then at the end, like with the butterfly parts. Isn't that awesome? Because you don't see any caterpillars with wings. You know what I mean?
Yes, every time I see a caterpillar
Mm-hmm.
on like the street or something, I put it on the tree.
Mm. That's a good idea.
I'm like, I need her to become a butterfly already.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I always try to like look out for the insects that I find. That's so true. Yeah, chromosomes are really
Yeah.
crazy. They're really cool. They're like histones. They're like the balls that the DNA wraps around. It's very cool.
Even like because when I was learning about in school, it
Mm-hmm.
was like about how like our parents, like,
Yeah.
oh, this is why the blood is this. This is why females, why male. I was like, oh my
Yeah.
god, there's so much.
So, what's crazy, what's really fun and interesting is that like so you are likely, I'm assuming, but XX, okay? So you have two X chromosomes, right? But one of them is silenced. That's the crazy thing. You got one from your dad and one from your mom, but one of them is silenced. And you actually, all your human is only from one of them. Isn't that crazy?
That is so crazy to think
Yeah.
about.
X chromosome silencing. You should check it out. It's
Wow.
very interesting.
Thank you, D Fuller.
I know. Exactly, Ducre. Yeah.
What is your name? My name is Annalise. Gracias, D Fuller. Gracias.
Mm. ¿Tú hablas español?
Sí, soy latina, soy dominicana y ecuatoriana.
Qué bueno. Qué bueno. All right.
Gracias.
That's a good question. Does that mean that men have more vulnerable to recessive conditions? I don't think so. Oh man.
Thank you, Rancito.
Yeah, there's oh, thanks for thank you guys.
No, Nico, don't tell me what to do. Unless you're gonna send me Galaxy.
Dang, that'd be
Maybe.
crazy. Well, that's cool. That's cool that you like chromosomes and DNA and stuff. It is really interesting. It's really cool. That's what I do for my living. I'm a scientist. I change DNA around.
Really?
Yeah. That's what my live
Oh,
is. We like people ask me
geez.
questions about science and stuff. So
I like your setup.
thank
It's
you.
very professional,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
of course.
Well,
No,
dang.
snipe him, snipe him, snipe him.
Oh,
No.
you almost had it. You almost had it. Well, thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you so much
one.
for the battle.
Bye. We did it. We did it, everyone. Good job. We did it. Thanks, guys. That was awesome. I think that was our first win. The other one, Sheepadoodle was throwing down one through some like a galaxy, and the other did galaxy at the same sniped at the end. That was nuts. I always love talking to people. I know Jenna is she's awesome. Never changed, Jenna. I appreciate you. I know, dude. I was awesome. Sheep is awesome. And tonight too, man.
Look, Dr. Greg.
Okay. All right. Real quick, dude. We got to go through this. I guess. Okay. Actually, you know what? Hey, let's do this. This as a learning exercise. Let's go through this thing that was linked to us. So this guy was talking about, I forget what his name is in chat. He's been constantly spamming. So, higher mortality rate in ventilated COVID-19 patients in large sample source from Medscape. Okay, so we're gonna talk about this. So you can be on the call. No trolling, dude. I'll kick you if you troll in this. We're gonna actually go through this and really go through what this paper is. Okay, I want you to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, doctor.
Okay. Where's the
COVID-19?
What was that? COVID-19 is getting real. What was that?
Sarcove.
Medscape. Okay. I'm trying to make sure we have it all here. Here is a.
Yo, Omar. Shut your head up. So, what are we looking at, Dr. Greg? Ventilation, COVID-19. Wait, what?
Okay. Well, we got a paper. We got a claim on Medscape, which I don't know. I think that's just like a blog website. That's not like a journal. So no cite
credit,
this.
Right?
Yeah, it's just like a large sample size. Okay, mortality. Okay. I wonder why. Okay, here we go. What is Medscape? What is this website? It's just a news website? Okay. Anyway. Editor's note. Okay. Mortality could be as high as 2/3 among patients with COVID-19 who require ventilation. New data from the United Kingdom's Intensive Care National Audit and Research Center show. Okay.
All right. What is that?
Okay. So I think
people who are already on the brink of dying die because they get sick. I don't
yes.
understand.
Garrett, dude, I'm so proud of you, bro. I am so proud. How did you, I don't listen to what they say about you, Garrett. I am your biggest fan. You know, don't listen to them.
I know COVID's real. I'm just saying it's manufactured. It's real.
I know. Some clinicians are asking whether other techniques such as extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, ECMO, could improve outcomes, and the data are unclear. See, this is what's happening, guys. Mark, see what's happening? He spammed this for the last 3 hours, but now we're going through his data, and we're actually the things that he was citing, and then now he's saying no. So I'm telling you guys, the number one kryptonite to conspiracy theorists is just reading what they actually sent, and they get all freaked out about it. In the ICNRC data posted online April 10th, data include 3,000 patients with confirmed COVID-19 who were admitted to ICUs. Of those patients, 871 patients died, and then 818 patients survived to ICU discharge. Importantly, mortality among patients with COVID-19 who require mechanical ventilation appears higher than that for patients with other types of viral pneumonia. Okay, specifically, the ICNARC report shows a mortality rate of 35% among patients who were treated in the ICU for viral pneumonia and who required mechanical ventilation from 2017 to 2019. So they're looking as a control group, basically, right? They're looking as a control between 2017 and 2019. The new ICNARC findings are consistent with previous reports of smaller case series. For example, a single center case series of 52 patients treated in Wuhan, China showed that 37 or 71% required mechanical ventilation and 32 or 61% died. Mortality was higher among those who required mechanical ventilation among those who did not, 94 versus 35. Yeah.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. So again, like this guy's spanning. See what's happening, guys. See what's
That's
happening
it.
right here. He had all the time in the world to get his things going. Ducray, you can come in. So I said no to what you said. Yeah, you are literally.
Yo, my biggest hater is
What's
in
up,
here.
Ducray?
You finally, what's up, Ducray?
Wait, what?
We're not piling. Hey, we're not piling on. We're reading this.
I was so nice to Garrett.
I know.
Wait, you sound kind of bad.
I think
Wait,
that he's.
hold up.
I think that he's
Wait,
trying
what?
more than a lot of other people.
You sound kind of fine, but let's keep going. Let's
Stop.
keep going.
Garrett,
I
could literally be your mom.
Perfect.
Oh gosh, gross, ew.
Okay.
It says in here too that ventilated COVID-19 patients are not more likely to die if they are properly treated. Said one physician.
We're looking at it right now, Mark. We're looking at your thing. We're looking at the NCBI. Okay, I have the other one.
Is he looking
you have
at the other one? Yeah.
I'm looking at it from the Discord, which is this is why you guys need to be on the Discord, guys, is we can actually share links and primary sources to one another.
Who linked it?
So
who was it? It was
did.
me.
I thank
That's
you.
right.
I saw you. You're awesome, Ducray. So this is guys. So people that were dying were on ventilators, and they would have died quicker if they weren't on the ventilator, right? This is what we know. This is from that 2013 paper. Ventilator-assisted pneumonia, VAP, incidence is high among critically ill COVID patients. So ventilator-associated pneumonia, them getting pneumonia while they were critically ill, is high. Its attributable mortality remains underestimated, especially for unresolved episodes. Indeed, the impact of therapeutic failures and the detriments that potentially affect mortality are poorly evaluated. We assess the prognosis of VAP in severe COVID-19 cases and the impact of relapse, superinfection, and treatment failure on 60-day mortality. So then they did the methods. We're going to skip those. Here are the results. Among the 1,424 patients admitted to 11 centers, 540 were invasively ventilated for 48 hours or more, and 231 had VAP episodes, which were caused by enterobacterales, which is 50% of them, and 2 other microbes. VAP incidence rates was 45.6 out of 1,000 ventilator days, and the cumulative incidence at day 30 was 60%. Here we go. VAP increased the duration of mechanical ventilation without modifying the crude 60-day death rate, 47 versus 44 without VAP, and resulted in a 36% increase in death hazard.
Greg, Mark is cooking you. Hold up. It's saying hospitals put people on vents that didn't need it. They made an estimated $80 million by putting them on medical ventilation.
Yeah, that's not true. Why would they? Of course they needed it. They would have died without
doctors, it. That's what doctors do. They overcharge.
Wait. Let's finish reading the abstract here, and then we can go to that.
Yeah, let's not.
Okay,
I had to point that out.
Chase after the squirrel.
Yeah, we're reading something here. You can give feedback or something, but we're not deviating. We're not popcorning here. We're trying to have a depth of knowledge, and that's how we learn, is that we go deeply on issues. We don't just popcorn. Okay, I want you to hear as a learning exercise, Garrett. Please. Right. Okay. Superinfection was more frequently related to ECMO, and the first VAP caused by non-fermenting bacteria. The risk factors for treatment failure were an absence of highly susceptible microorganisms and vasopressor need of VAP onset. Okay, so there's a lot of results here. What are the conclusions that this person, that is the expert that looked at all the results, what did they find, right? That is what we need to look at. So the results are one thing, but what's the totality? Conclusions. The incidence of VAP, which is again the ventilator-associated pneumonia, mainly late onset episodes, is high in COVID-19 patients and associated with an increased risk of death, similar to that observed in other mechanically ventilated patients. I think that's the big thing. Similar to that observed in other mechanically ventilated patients. The high rate of VAP due to difficult to treat microorganisms, pharmacokinetic alterations induced by renal replacement therapy, shock, ECMO, likely explains the high cumulative risk of relapse, superinfection, and treatment failure. So it wasn't. So they found that they didn't find it related to. Oh, we put everyone on a ventilator that didn't need to. We're looking at your sources, Mark. We're looking at your sources right now, bro. We're actually reading what you wrote. The reason why it doesn't, you don't know what these are is because you didn't read them. So if you had read the things that you gave to us, you would have known that we were actually reading the things. So then I actually put that paper, Ducre, into Google Scholar, and then I got this, which is another one, which is the newer paper coming from that. So this is a review that referenced the one that we just read, right? So this is along the line of, hey, the thing that we just read, what is the latest research that is also citing that paper? Okay, so this is how you can kind of go deeper on a subject and kind of daisy chain ideas. Okay, so open access review. Ventilator-associated pneumonia poses a significant threat to the clinical outcomes of hospital stays of mechanically ventilated patients, particularly those recovering from cardiac arrest. Given the already elevated mortality rates in cardiac arrest cases, the addition of VAP further diminishes the chances of survival. I don't know if this is going to be associated with it. Maybe it's just talking about that because of VAP, and it's a previous VAP study. I brought it up, but I didn't actually read it. So here's the key findings. We'll have to see if it's significant or not. The incidence and mortality rates of VAP exhibit significant variability, yet recurring pattern emerges marked by prolonged hospitalization and exacerbated clinical outcomes. So it seems like there must be like this prolonged hospitalization must be a thing. That could also be why what's going on with the COVID. This pattern is attributed to the elevated incidence of drug-resistant infections and the related initiation of antimicrobial treatment. This review focuses on VAP, VAP, aiming to offer valuable insights into the efficient identification and management of this fatal complication of post-cardiac arrest patients. The prognosis for survival after cardiac arrest is already challenging. It becomes more complicated with VAP. The timely diagnosis of VAP and initiation of antibiotics posed considerable challenges, primarily due to the invasive nature of obtaining high-quality samples. The controversy surrounded prophylactic antibiotic resistances, and all still waiting for clinical trials. Okay, so what we found is that it still is a source of study, right? These people are still looking at VAP in hospitals, and they've found in their research that prolonged hospital stays can have a higher incidence of drug-resistant infections, and would that be stuff that we would also see during a pandemic? Yeah, right, because people are going to be there for a long period of time. They're going to be having the same type of antibiotic problems. So So yeah, so that makes sense, right? So they're still having these problems, and they're still seeing the same problems that are probably associated with the things that are in in COVID. So it still makes sense that we would still have that problem. Okay, so maybe it's not exactly related, right? It's not it's not cardiac arrests, but it's still problems that are happening with ventilator associated pneumonia. So there you go. So that's how we do it, guys. That's how we do it. You just
Excellent job.
Thank you, Decray. I appreciate you. Like you can take don't be afraid when someone links you something. That's what they want you to do. They want you to think, oh, they must be right about something. But if you just read, and we can try to
doggy,
figure it out.
Oh, my dog's getting going now, dang it. Yeah, stop it. Stop.
What are you
freaking dog? My dog, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, guys. You're wrong about everything, Mark. You're wrong about your conclusions. The papers that you linked and the sources that you linked did not associate with whatever claim that you were making. So you're completely wrong.
I think if Mark really wanted to have an actual discussion with you, he would come up on the panel, or he would join the Discord, and you guys could
vaccines. Sav, you want to promote health literacy to friends and family. You get vaccinated, man. Okay, guys. Last one. I'm gonna thank you guys for coming up. I appreciate you, Ducray. Thank you so much. Thanks, Garrett. Thank you for being here, dude. I'm so happy that your answers were right on. You had really good analysis. I'm really actually very, very proud of you, bro. You're killing it. So we're gonna go Jimmy, and then
Dr. Greg. One more thing.
What's up?
One day closer to getting you to being Republican. I'm getting you there.
Okay.
One
Beautiful.
day.
I'm a Lincoln
God
Republican,
loving man.
bro.
God fearing.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good. Okay.
Her name was
Light. I see you. Just give me 5 seconds. You're wrong on everything, dude. That COVID, that people weren't dying more often in COVID because of their ventilator. They were dying and they needed a ventilator. That's why they were on it. And none of the sources that you linked proved this grand conspiracy that doctors were making money, and that's why they are all going on to ventilators. So you're just wrong. Okay? Okay, Jimmy. Sorry about that, bro. Thank you. How's it going?
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting read. So that was his article or your article?
Those are his articles that he linked in order to prove that there are that COVID deaths where they're all being killed by the ventilator themselves. And
what the? He thinks that the ventilator's killing? That's crazy. What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, again, man, you just read what people send you that are pushing conspiracies, and a lot of times they don't align at all. I mean, for climate change stuff, it's crazy. Even I've had them link me studies that the title of the study disputes exactly what they're claiming. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah. It's pretty tough to find especially, if you're going to say something wild like that, you got to have like a pretty good, source for it. Mm-hmm. I don't know. That's how I see it anyways.
Well, he had DOI numbers, and they're from papers and stuff like that. But the problem is that he didn't read any of them. He just thought that the linking things would be enough. Then so anyway, what was your question, bro?
So is there one? I was going to ask you is there one conspiracy that you actually believe that people come up here and talk about? Do you actually okay, you can't prove it scientifically or anything, but I mean, it just makes sense.
I think that Russia's disinformation is having way more of a sorry, sheep. But that is the one, to be honest with you. That is the one that I have. It has a huge outsized influence on our politics and everything like that. I think that is the big. I mean, we know that they do have an impact, right, from 2016 and 2020. In all the FBI, they still confirms it. Other than that, I don't see. Not that I can think off the top of my head. I'll think about it. I really try to think about issues and why I believe them, and try not to go outside of those bounds. It's just it doesn't serve me anything.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get on the conspiracy. It's entertaining. I don't take a lot of it. Sometimes you get a little like faded or whatever. You listen to Joe Rogan, Bigfoot stuff. That might get you a little crazy, but I don't take most of that stuff seriously. But
Yeah. I mean, I think it's an easy way to understand the world, and especially like the all-encompassing conspiracies, and it can be black holes that you just get sucked into, man. Like flat Earth or something. Like your entire worldview now has to change. It has to be an all-encompassing science, global conspiracy. That's just the only way to think about it. I mean, I think like my most non-academic outside of the scientific mainstream thing that I do think that viruses should be considered living. I know and recognize that they are not. So the scientific literature and the it's not considered living by science. So therefore my opinion doesn't mean anything, and therefore viruses are not living. But I do think that I think that they could be, and they should be. So that's like my most non-academic position, I guess.
yeah, I thought that they were living too. I didn't know that. I guess that's bacteria, right? This is the bacteria that lives. Oh yeah.
The problem is that basically viruses go into like a nucleotide form where you'd have to basically argue that the nucleotide form is somehow still living. I see that as kind of like the dormant like seed stage that they have, and they've evolved in order to be able to do that. So it's kind of like their way of being able to be able to be spread more easily, kind of thing. But but again, it's not my opinion that discerns whether or not viruses are living. So I accept that viruses are not considered living because that's what microbiology says. So it is, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I would say, yeah. I mean, the biggest conspiracy I believe probably is like, like your standard like Roswell aliens, stuff like that. I genuinely believe that. There's not a lot of like, we don't have videos of grays or anything like that. But I just think, yeah, like I think there's enough like testimony out there to like what people people have their own personal experiences with it. We have a lot of eyewitness. We don't have like scientific evidence, but yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I think that like you'd have to be a fool not to think that there's life outside of Earth. Like you would have to be. That is so insane to me. Of course I think that there's life outside Earth. I just don't think that there's aliens on Earth. Unlikely. It's very unlikely.
So you more or less think of like little like bacterium on the different like planets and stuff.
I don't think that they're in there. Like I don't think that there's anything like ancient aliens or anything. Okay, Mark, I see you. You can come up, dude, after this. Yeah, but yeah, I haven't seen any evidence of it. I think that it's more likely to be like drones or that they didn't understand, or there are just planes and stuff that we don't get, but technology that we don't that are like done by the DoD and stuff like that. So
Have you read about the Tic Tac UFO thing?
no, not yet.
Oh, you gotta look that up later on. There's like a U.S. Navy pilot's like testimony. It's pretty interesting. You gotta look it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I think there's those videos that came out that were about the thing, but I think I saw the videos. But yeah. All right, sweet man. Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming up again.
Yep.
So have a good one.
You too.
Okay. All right, Light. I see you, but yeah, we just have to go. It's late, guys, so we're just gonna do 5 minutes for real. They gotta stop ending these at like 1 or 2. So what's up, Mark? How's it going, man?
It's going well. How are you doing?
Good. So why
I
do
just
you
want to
think
say,
that why do you think that there is a global conspiracy about COVID-19?
so I'll answer that, but I just want to get this out of the way. I appreciate you not blocking me because I was running my mouth a lot. And I will say, like, I give you credit because, you're a doctor, you went to school for a long time, and, I give you credit for that. You're more smart than I am, so I'll give you
Thanks,
credit
bro.
for that. Yeah, for sure thing. I don't necessarily believe, like, there's a whole global conspiracy sort of thing, but I just think there's a lot of, like, mismanagement that probably went wrong. I think you said that. I think in one of the comments I said hospitals got 80 million for putting people on ventilators when they didn't need to. I think you said that was incorrect, and I would love to give you the source for it. It's actually a government source if you're interested in looking that up.
Yeah, I mean, so like, do you think that there would be like resources in a pandemic that's a respiratory virus? Do you think that like there would be money from the government in order to help people fund ventilators during that?
Right, but it was like a mismanagement of money because like the hospitals gave them the wrong codes
Yeah.
to get money essentially when the people didn't need it.
Yeah, but like imagine a pandemic going on and like what let's
So
say
you
there
don't
was a
think
lot of
that like people
mismanagement.
would get hurt from like when people don't need ventilators? You don't think they could possibly get injured from medicine that they didn't need?
Well,
And you said there was no conspiracy of hospitals
yeah. Let's think about this.
funneling money.
They're in the hospital, and they don't need to be ventilated, and they have something in their that they go in and push it in. Don't you think that it would be pretty apparent that they don't need assisted breathing anymore?
What do you mean? The sense of that like they're on the ventilator and they need to be
Like it would be
taken
very apparent that
off is what you're saying, or put on?
like someone that needs a ventilator, like has oxygen desaturation, like their blood and their oxygen is crashing. They have like stressed like lungs, like in order to breathe. They're like sucking air, like, and you can see their breathing hard. Like if someone was naturally breathing, and they had that happen, they would literally just be like, hey, like, get this out of me. Do you know what I mean? Like it would
I
be
think a
so
lot of
apparent.
times they were unconscious. I don't think a lot of the people were fully conscious on the ventilators.
But okay, so maybe that would be a problem, right? That they're getting not enough oxygen, so that they're passing out, so that they would need to get ventilated.
I think they died when they stopped getting the oxygen. The ventilator was hurting their lungs, and that's how they died. And from the previous article, the people were dying on the ventilators.
Yeah, of course they are, because they're near death, and the
Right.
ventilator is pushing them further from
To
dying.
death.
No.
No, I disagree.
They would have died sooner without it.
I think most of them died from the ventilators, and even the articles were showing that.
No.
Right,
No,
and
they
you
don't.
said you proved me wrong, and you still
Yeah,
haven't answered on how you proved
Yes,
me wrong.
so they looked at 2017 to 2019, the deaths associated
But
with
that's
that.
COVID-19 wasn't around in 2017.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So what were they studying?
Talking about the ventilators?
Exactly.
Right, but it's like, okay, so different medicine for different reasons, right? There may have been some cases that the ventilator could have been good to use on, but I was looking for COVID in the ventilator. That's what I was comparing, not just ventilators all throughout the history of time.
Okay, so the point is to look at 2017 to 2019, similar medical times, right? Similar medical periods, and saying how many people are dying on ventilation during this time, and then compare that with the COVID-19 one. If people were dying significantly more from the ventilators, they would be high on both, right? But they didn't find that. They found that people were dying from COVID-19 on the ventilators during the pandemic.
So you're saying they were both the same from the previous years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they were looking. It was like 37
Okay, let's say
versus
some of the people
37%,
didn't need to be
34,
ventilated.
37%.
Right. So what if some of the people didn't need to be ventilated and they just got put on it?
It would be like so apparent, man. All their signs, all the their blood saturation, all that kind of stuff. You don't need that. You don't need that stuff. So they would take it off. They weren't forcing people to have ventilators. They needed ventilators. They were running low on ventilators. So they needed people to get off of the ventilators. That was where a lot of the money was coming from. So a lot of these hospitals could afford more ventilators to save more lives.
So why did you know that at a point in time they actually stopped using the ventilators because they were actually hurting so many people?
Well,
they noticed the numbers.
Because they probably understand COVID as a disease more, so that they can not have to resort to that as a last measure. So yeah, you would think that, yes.
Right. So that means that they found from the data, it took people off ventilators because they realized it was harming them.
Okay, but let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. During the beginning years of the pandemic, when more than 1 million people are dying, we don't have that information, and it's a respiratory virus, and they have pneumonia, and they feel those people are dying from pneumonia, and pneumonia is a way to be treated with a ventilation. So
right, I agree with you. I'm not saying there's some conspiracy that they purposely did to injure people. I'm just saying it was like a mistake, isn't that's what they realized? Like people were getting improperly treated through the ventilators, and then they took them off. And then I also want to clear it up because you said it was misinformation, and I took that offensive because it's not. And I can show you the government article that backs up my claim that Medicare improperly paid hospitals an estimated $79 million for employees who had received mechanical ventilation. And that was for hospital air codes. So
no. So when we try to push a false notion using improper sourcing, then yeah, it is misinformation.
This is not improper sourcing. This is from a government website.
You're doing misattributed claims, and you're linking papers that didn't claim what you said that they were claiming, saying that this was the proof that you needed in order to prove your claim. And yes, that is misinformation, dude. Like that is.
But
I'm sorry. I mean, what do Republicans say? Like facts don't care about your feelings. Like I'm sorry. You're allowed to be offended, and that's okay. But I'm telling you, like in tough love, like what you're saying is not correct.
There's a government source. How are you going to say that's incorrect?
I know, and you had a DOI number, and you had a paper that you were linking me that is not true. It's not.
Yes, but I now have a news source as well. And you said that was false.
I just went through 3 of your sources, bro. I just went through 3 of your sources for over 30 minutes. Like what? You really think that you're gonna,
source you said was fake?
But no, it's not fake. It's your misattribution. Your misattribution is when you say that a source says something and it doesn't say that, and people cherry pick like things like specifically in the discussion and the conclusion. You can actually really easily say it. Oh, thank you, Miller. When people are when they say a limitation of the study includes, when you're talking about the problems with this study, they'll only focus on that and say, see that this is a limitation and this is a hole, and then that means that we can expand it out and all that kind of stuff. And that's not how science works. That's the own authors themselves being self-critical, and that's one of the best things about science. It's not about it would be apparent in what you linked, man. They literally tried to study exactly what you were talking about, and they couldn't find it at all.
So my only 2 real claims were that ventilators killing people.
Not true.
Which they were.
Not true. No, people were no. People were dying on ventilators,
right?
And they were dying because they were almost dead, and ventilators made them alive longer.
but we've talked about that previously. Remember how I said that they stopped using ventilators because they realized this is not a good
In
source, and actually
2024, 2025, maybe, but not in 2020, 2021, 2022. Like those are
So
those.
you're telling
So
me the ventilators were magically not killing people during those years, and then they magically stopped?
no, they no. It
What do you
was
think?
no. Science, medicine improves over time, and what they did was they allowed them to like have it so the COVID didn't get to that point where they got pneumonia. That's the way that they did it. They created a better bedrock of knowledge so that it wasn't getting to that point where people had pneumonia and that they didn't need a ventilator.
No, they stopped using them because they looked at the data of, oh, this is killing so many people. And even doctors have came out and said ventilators were not doing too good to their patients.
No, of course, if you don't need to be one, yes, but don't you see? That's exactly what you're talking about. That literally is a doctor saying, hey, we don't need to be on a ventilator anymore. Let's try another course of action. Let's try to make them healthier before that. And they're removing the ventilator. Like, why wouldn't the same thing that you were talking about before, why wouldn't that same doctor, when it still get paid and push a ventilator?
I'm lost. What are you trying to explain there?
If a doctor
government funding
only
was up.
exactly, so why did you think it dried up? You think that the ventilator companies aren't making money anymore? You don't think that the whole financial incentive, the conspiracy that you're pushing would still exist? But your
Not
own
if the government funding stops.
But what do you mean? It's all big pharma, dude. What are you talking about?
See, you're moving the goalposts.
No,
You're saying
I'm saying your own conspiracy is your
it's not a conspiracy. What part
your
of
data
there's a government
that you're talking
do you know what
about.
cognitive dissonance is?
Your own data, your own example shows that these doctors, when it was not necessary to use a ventilator, didn't go with that and didn't go forward with that.
But they did.
No, they
totally
didn't. At the end, they didn't. You're
At
literally
the end,
talking
they
about
didn't.
Yes, exactly.
The end they didn't because they ended
Yes.
up killing so many people that they're like, oh, it's so obvious.
No,
and not to
they
be on
got a
things
different
anymore.
course of action as medical science progressed, and they didn't have people that were developing pneumonia at the rates anymore. They were better able to treat the underlying disease.
Yes, through trial and error of finding out.
Exactly. Through trial and error. Exactly. You got it. And now at the
Yes, I
very
agree with
beginning,
you.
they didn't have that trial or error. So they had to use what tools they had, and they had to use ventilators in order to try to help people that had pneumonia. You're exactly right. You're right. Yes.
Yeah.
But
they
so
did
then
that
what's the disagreement? So we didn't have trial and error before, so we had to use the ventilator. We had people that were going to die. We didn't have time for trial and error. They had pneumonia. They were dying. So they used those tools. As it improved over time, we improved the disease, the treatment of disease. We removed the ventilator, and now it's like what's wrong?
So my two original claims just came back to is that the ventilators were making people worse and killing them, and that hospitals were getting incentivized to use them. So those were my two claims.
That's not true.
So how are we going in a circle, but then coming back to it being not true? Because we just went over the original sources that you went over.
No, they got money. They got money for the ventilators because people needed ventilators, and it was the course of action. Because at the beginning, they didn't have the trial and error that they needed in order to do it. I mean, the Miller, I think I didn't know about this, but if they're doing drain tubes instead, I mean, there you go. That's another way to explain what's happening, right? They're improving the quality of care over time. Doctors the goal is to save patients, not to push this hidden agenda to get money from the hospital.
I never said anything about hidden agenda. I never did that.
The hospitals, are not like the money that goes into the money that comes into the hospital doesn't go to the doctor. That's not how the whole thing works.
Did I ever claim that? I don't believe I ever claimed that.
Well, you said, where's that money coming from then? So you
from
think that
the government funding.
You think that the government is paying doctors directly?
I never said doctors, the hospitals.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. So exactly. So the money's going into the hospitals. Okay, so the government money is going to the hospitals, and then now the hospitals are mandating physicians to use ventilators?
I don't know
How
what
would that
necessarily
happen?
mandating, but
Like
they're definitely
where's
incentivized
where is
for
the
sure.
PowerPoints? Where are the
Would you like the source? I can give you the
you have
source.
you're talking about a grand conspiracy right now where hospitals all across the
Brother, there's a
nation
government
are
article. You can
creating
look it up if you don't believe me.
listen, I'm engaging with exactly what you're talking about right now.
Mhm.
The government is paying the hospitals, and the hospitals are now making it so that these physicians are required to use these ventilators when it is not the best course of action. Where are all the physician whistleblowers? Where's all the speeches and the PowerPoints and the presentations by the hospitals mandating the doctors to use ventilators? It doesn't happen. It doesn't work. That's not how it happened, dude.
Do you know what cognitive dissonance is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't think you're suffering from any of that? Because I can give you an article that proves everything that you're saying wrong, and you don't want to look it up.
I literally have looked up everything that you linked me,
Yes,
bro.
but you won't look up this current one that we're currently talking about.
This one, dude. This
Yeah,
one.
exactly. You won't look it up.
So again, you have no evidence or claim that these
Brother, I
hospitals.
just told you.
What is
you
it?
live in denial.
What are you talking
Would you like
about?
to look it up or not?
Okay, all right.
You
Let's
said
look it up
I had
right
no
now.
claim.
This is
I
it. This
just
is your
told you
one
I have a
claim. This is
claim,
it.
and now
Okay,
you
what
don't
is
want to
it?
look it up.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, look this up. It's Medicare improperly paid hospitals an estimated $79 million for enrollees who had received mechanical ventilation by HHS/OIG.
Okay. Okay. What's
It's a
the date?
.gov website.
What's the date that it's?
I believe.
Which state is? I have one in 2014 and 2015.
You must have got the wrong one then, because I got the one in 2024.
Okay, November 18th, 2024. Oh, thank you, man.
It's gonna be 08.
Okay,
It's
Medicare
08,
improperly paid
09.
acute care hospitals an estimated $190 million over 5 years for outpatient
No,
services.
that's the wrong article. It's the wrong article.
Okay, one more time. Medicare. What?
All right, so the entire medical quote over the website is going to be Medicare improperly paid hospitals an estimated $79 million for enrollees who had received mechanical ventilation. And I'll get you the date.
Okay, again, hospitals are being funded here. Again, there's no. I need what's the mechanism that these physicians are now doing that? Like again, this isn't talking about that. Okay, Medicare improperly paid hospitals an estimated $79 million for enrollees who had received medical ventilation. So this is from the Office of Inspector General from the Department of HHS. Okay. What OIG found: Medicare payments to hospitals for inpatient claims with certain MSDRGs that require more than 96 consecutive hours of mechanical ventilation did not fully comply with Medicare requirements. For 233 of 250 sampled claims, Medicare payments to hospitals complied with requirements. Okay, so for 233 out of 250, they did okay. Okay. However, for the remaining 17 out of the 250, Medicare payments to hospitals did not comply with requirements. Specifically, hospitals used incorrect procedure or diagnosis codes. For 8 of those sampled claims, hospitals incorrectly used the procedure code for more than 96 hours of ventilation when enrollees had not received more than 96 hours of ventilation. Okay, so that right there, for 8 sampled claims, hospitals incorrectly used the procedure code for more than 96 hours of ventilation when enrollees had not received that. So they're getting less ventilation already. That's the problem. The people were getting less ventilation. You're saying that they're getting ventilation out for everyone, and that your own thing is saying that they're getting less than they got charged.
This is just one. This is one source. But the thing is, like, this just shows that they use improper codes.
No, yeah, dude. They had improper codes. They use less ventilation than. Look at, for 8 of the sample claims, hospitals incorrectly used the procedure code for more than 96 hours of ventilation, but they hadn't received it. They're getting less ventilated than what they got charged for. For 9 of the sampled claims, hospitals used incorrect diagnosis codes or incorrectly used a procedure code that was not related to the mechanical ventilation. So they were using stuff that weren't even, they were using codes that weren't even related to it. They weren't. What you were claiming is that this is a mine, a gold mine that all these hospitals are tapping into and getting infinite money from. And what you're saying is that this isn't what it is at all. Hospitals use the incorrect codes for a procedure code that was not related to mechanical ventilation. So they weren't overcharging the mechanical ventilation at all. They were using a separate one.
But they still got 79 million misquoted, right?
Bro, but why? But the reason why is because people were actually on ventilators less, which is exactly the opposite of what you were claiming. And 2, this wasn't some infinite money glitch that they are actually using, like charging it for other things other than the ventilation. This is arguing exactly opposite of what you're talking about.
No, it's not, because I even told you that
this is the exact opposite. So this is the conclusion. On the basis of our sample results, we estimated that Medicare improperly paid hospitals $79 million for our audit period. Hospitals confirmed that they used incorrect procedure or diagnosis codes and generally attributed the improper billing to incorrect counting of errors that enrollees had received mechanical ventilation or clerical errors. So again, the thing that you are... He's trying to find another one. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I'm talking about. You just read what people link you.
How many?
This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly opposite. You realize that, right? You didn't expect me to read this brief, did you? You didn't read this. You linked it. And you read the title. Listen to me. You read the title and you assumed because of it, because this
proves that there was.
No, it doesn't.
This proves that there was.
No, the exact opposite of what you're talking about.
See, here you go spreading misinformation again. This is the second time you spread misinformation.
No,
yes,
I'm reading exactly what you're talking about. And
I've read both of the articles.
No, you didn't.
I read the first one.
You read the title. You read the title, and you didn't understand what it was.
Yes, I did. I read both.
No, you didn't. You did not read the brief.
Spreading misinformation. You said that they weren't improperly.
You didn't
read the brief. This is just one
brief.
example. This is just one example of them.
No.
Here you go. You keep cutting me off. Okay. You said for 2 things that they didn't receive funding when they didn't deserve it. This is just one example that they did, right?
No.
So that's true. That's been proven true.
No, it's
okay.
not.
Next
it's
one
not.
is
it's the exact opposite of what you're claiming, dude.
You keep cutting me off.
Yes, no, because you're wrong. Because you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. You said they weren't.
This is your fourth source. This was the thing that you thought that was the slam dunk, bro. That this was the thing that was going to prove everything else wrong. I went through 3 of your other sources. This is a 4th one. I read it, and it says exactly opposite of what you're saying.
You said there were no sources, and I proved you wrong every time.
No, you didn't. You didn't read a single thing that you linked me, bro. You didn't link. You didn't read a single thing.
I proved it. Yes, I.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You literally the OIG brief. It literally says the exact opposite.
I proved you wrong every time now. Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
Okay. I guess you did.
Get hurt.
I guess you did.
Spreading misinformation.
Okay. Mark, are you still there? I can't. Your connection is really low, bro. I can't hear you. Okay. All right, Mark. I can't hear you, bro. You're cutting out. Okay, he disconnected, guys. I wasn't even on. My hands are up here. He disconnected, guys. Okay, sorry, Light. I just give me a second with Rocky. Just give me a second, and then we'll do it for sure. No, it's okay, Sav. Dude, it's all good. This is what we do, man. This is what we do. Everyone's welcome. It's all good to have, everyone deserves their time in order to have their sources looked at, right? Everyone deserves that. Okay, bro. How's it going, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, bro.
I don't have much time. Yeah. Oh no, this has been in my mind for the past 15 years or 10, I don't know. And I don't know what kind of doctor you are, but you know, it's about brain cancer. And
Okay. I'm not a medical doctor. I have a microbiology PhD. So, but I mean, I can look up what you're talking about,
well,
and we can learn
what they
together.
did, well, it's just a news story that came out on 60 Minutes about 10, 12 years ago.
Okay, let's talk about
And they used polio virus to cure terminal brain cancer. And I don't know if you've heard about it. And I just, I'm a big Rush fan of the band.
Oh,
And the
I thought you were talking about the talk
drummer,
show host. I used to listen to
no,
Rush all the time. So yeah.
no, Rush, the greatest trio band ever. Okay, he died of brain cancer. And this always gets to me when a lot of people that are celebrities and they have they're pretty well off. They got money. It's a Duke. If you go to Duke Cancer Research.
Yeah, I just found it right here. First patient
Yeah.
to undergo
Yeah.
poliovirus therapy for GBM dies 8 years after treatment.
Yeah. Okay. But they did supposedly cure it back then. But I never heard there was a 70-something-year-old man that was terminal, and they cured him, they said back then. And then there was a 27-year-old woman that got brain cancer, and she was terminal too, and it cured her back then. So, but I never heard what happened afterwards. Did it come back on them? So, I'm just,
Okay, let's just the Duke thing real quick. April 6, 2020. Again, guys, this is all in the show notes if you want to read along. Stephanie Hopper, the first patient in the world to undergo an investigational therapy using poliovirus to treat the most aggressive form of brain cancer, died on March 26, 2020, 8 years after undergoing the treatment. That's incredible. 8 years. The most aggressive form of brain cancer, and she lost like 8 years. That's incredible.
Okay, but did she live an extra 8 years?
I mean, the most aggressive form of brain cancer, bro. I mean, what's the
Well,
diagnosis? Let's see what she is. Let's see what kind of brain cancer she is, and what you normally.
Well, I don't know
get.
if we're talking about the same person in the 60 Minutes, the little segment they had. But this was,
This is from Duke Health.
No, Duke University cancer treatment. Well, they do a chemo first.
Oh, here's another one. I mean, here's
No,
another.
it's a chemo and then slash, polio virus treatment.
Here's the. This is not about the. This is different. This isn't about the person dying. This is about the from 2018 about the therapy itself. So, a genetically modified poliovirus therapy developed by Duke Cancer Institute shows significant improved long-term survival for patients with current glioblastoma, with a 3-year survival rate of 21% in a phase 1 clinical trial. Comparatively, just 4% of patients at Duke with the same type of reoccurring brain tumors were alive at 3 years.
Yeah.
Undergoing the previously available standard treatment. So 4% at 3 years, and she dies 8 years later. That's incredible.
As far as, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean,
that's incredibly good, man. I mean, think about do you play poker?
I've been to Vegas 30 times. I don't know.
Okay. I was just saying, like, I'm talking about gambling odds here. I mean, this is like
a
really, really, really low chance of survival. If she just made it just because if the vaccine, or not the vaccine, sorry, because I think that's where you're going with this. The virus therapy, like if she didn't get it, there's no way that she survives basically that long. There's just no way.
Yeah, I just thought maybe it was a possibility.
Anna, you're incredible. You're such a warrior. Dude. Keep it up. You were awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah, I just thought it was a cure, but I guess it's not. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. There's so many.
The drummer for Rush, I wish he would have tried it, and maybe he would have lived 3 to 5 years more, maybe.
Yeah.
But
yeah, man, there's a lot of like really cool. There's a lot of cool stuff happening right now in gene therapy
after that story came out, though, I never heard it from it again. In the media and stuff like that. So, well, I just thought I'd call him, come up.
Yeah, of course. Love it.
And ask about that because you're more experienced with similar type of experiments, right? When you use polio virus. Yeah. See, so when I heard about the story, I said, polio virus, really? So how does the patient not get polio?
And you knew exactly who to ask, man. Your favorite science
I
trainer.
just thought I'd ask what your opinion was on it, if you've heard about it.
Dude, Rocky, you're in here all the time, bro. I appreciate you as always. You're big. You're awesome.
Yeah. Okay. But you're still on the blue side, so we have to.
What?
We have to draw the line.
I'm on the American side, bro. We all blue, red, white, and blue over here. You know what I mean?
American too. We're not. We're normal people.
Exactly, brother. Exactly.
Some of us, we just have different outlooks and different, ways of looking at things.
Exactly. And you're always welcome in here, bro. I appreciate you.
All right. Appreciate it.
Have a good one, man.
Later.
Okay. Okay, 1 second. I feel so bad. 1 second. 1 second, light is life. 1 second. I'm sorry. Hi, Kayla. How's it going?
Hi. How are you doing?
Good.
So, I wanted to ask you, what was your biggest feat this last month?
Biggest feat with what? I'm sorry.
Your biggest feat with everything this last month.
With science?
Yeah. So, everybody wants to talk about everything else, but nobody ever asks you what you've been doing.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I think I had a really cool impact. So basically, I was working on these yeasts and I was genetically modifying them, and I was reading literature, and there was this new thing in bacteria to edit DNA, and it was called CRISPR, and this was like 2013, and but we were talking about it, and we had but it had never been shown in eukaryotic cells, and it was kind of seen as like this bacteria thing. And then
wait, I heard CRISPR's like that weird.
Yeah, it blew up. This is before that. So this is in 2013, before it got big, and I saw it. And while I was working with gene editing tools that were a little slower, and I was like, man, this could be like pretty big, but it hadn't been shown yet. And then basically the DiCarlo et al. 2013 paper, huge thing which is the CRISPR editing in Saccharomyces cerevisiae. The big breakthrough paper happens from the Church Lab in Harvard, and that was like a huge moment. So that showed us that it was possible, and it could happen in yeast. It could happen in any yeast species. So I basically went to my boss, and I was like,
"Can you tell me anything about it?"
Yeah. So basically, it has
new DNA.
It has like a control F, like a finding part of it, which is the guide RNA.
Yeah.
You can put 20 base pairs, 20 nucleotides along that, like you could find any part of the genome with it. You find that part, and then it cuts right next to it. So basically that allows you to go and edit inside the genome of anywhere you want in the genome. So really quickly. So before, our tools took about like a month to develop. This one basically overnight. And it was a really hard process. It took me about like 2 years in order to actually get it work. But I actually got it to work, and it was like, I think it was the first person in the world to do it. And I was basically just a single person research team, and it was really, really tough. But there was a lot of periods there that it was not
Can I
working for the
ask
longest
you
time.
a big question
Yeah, go ahead.
that I think a lot of us want to know?
Okay.
I know there was a scientist who thought he could help mental illness
Uh-huh.
by slamming a hammer into our heads. Do you think maybe this could help?
I mean, CRISPR can help with a lot of things. So I think
Like
maybe not.
things like PTSD?
No, I think earlier. So think like babies that are still kind of like in that's the group of cells stage, because basically you need to change the genes of everything in there, and every cell that you have
What
is
if
all
our
differentiated.
genes never changed?
What if your genes never changed? You can still apply CRISPR to them,
Thing
but it's
is,
local. What was that?
we have people with autism
Yeah.
and ADHD who are whose brains have never changed.
Yeah. It's hard. It's harder to it is hard. You can't once someone's fully formed and stuff, it's not going to be able to go back and like change someone. You
Okay,
didn't want
we're
to.
not fully formed.
Well, we don't know what causes autism, and honestly everyone's a little different, and it's okay to have, people that think differently. I wouldn't want to like go like editing like the brain like that. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. Light has been patiently waiting for so long. So thank you so much for coming in and asking a question. I appreciate you. All right, guys. We're going to do 5 minutes with Light for real, for real. Ducray, how's it going? But anyone that's been vaccinated this week, you can say that you are vaccinated and we will celebrate you. This is the moment. This is the moment. Okay. Go ahead. So tell me if you've been vaccinated this week in chat, and we will celebrate you. Go ahead.
The 79.4 million was not during just the pandemic. It was an audit they did from payments from 2015 through 2021.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. He is misattributing. He's like, oh, during the pandemic, Medicaid overpaid $80 million for ventilators, not knowing that the audit he's talking about was auditing from the time period of 2015 to 2021, a 6-year period, and
So it's
not
not even
related to the pandemic.
Dude, exactly. Hey, dude,
Okay.
let's give it up. Let's give it up for Rocky. Dude, Rocky said that they were vaccinated this week, and Jen A. Let's guys, let's put spam V's in the chat. Okay, spam V's in the chat. V's. Let's get the V's up. Good job, everyone. Let's V's. Tons of V's. Good job, everyone. Keep getting vaccinated. Let's go. Good job. We celebrate people that take their health seriously in this community, that are helping each other and themselves stay healthy. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ducray. Thanks for popping on. I appreciate you as always.
Yeah.
All right. I'll talk to you in Discord later. See ya. All right, guys. Strict time limit with Light is life. How's it going?
First of all, I have to clear the air because Miss Dreams came on and started throwing so many accusations out there. First of all, I did say that I do this for a living in my hometown. So I do sell, and I do have a physical store. Someone challenged me, I think towards the end of last year, do you practice what you preach? And so that was the video that I think you saw. And then after being attacked so many times, I just deleted my videos.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I never want anyone.
Oh, no. You're good. It wasn't you.
No. And like for real, anyone in this community never harass. We're not harassing anyone. We're not going after anyone. Okay. That is like That's why on all my clips and stuff, I'm never gonna tag anyone that I'm talking to. You deserve the right to not have people coming at you on the internet, and so I never harass anyone. And if someone is harassing you constantly, please let me know, and I will permaban them, because it is not okay to do that. You don't go and harass someone, especially coming from here, and I do not like that. So that's never okay. So any type of personal information, doxing, brigading, targeted harassment, that's never going to be okay coming, and you will get permabanned.
Well, I appreciate that, because no matter who we are and no matter what our beliefs are, I think we all should be heard. So that's
absolutely
important. Yeah.
No, guys, nobody is going to feel safe coming here and talking to me if they feel like they're going to, like, in talking what they actually believe, if they get harassed afterwards. I mean, we can't live our lives like that. That's just not even for the stream. It's just not a good way to live in our lives. So it's just not okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. I mean, I think last time we agreed that free speech should be a thing. So, but I can handle it too. So either way, it doesn't matter. So, and then too, I do not have a platform, so I'm not posting this anywhere. I don't know if he wants to reveal himself, but he's heard me talk about health on other platforms, and he just shared your stream with me, and that's originally how I came up here. So,
okay.
Anyway, so let's keep it under the 5 minutes. So I've gone down this whole rabbit hole because when you were talking about nucleotides, and I understand like the coupling of it and how it turns into amino acids. I mean, to an extent, right? I'm not an expert. I'm not at your university doing the study. I'm not looking into all of that, but I understand that, like, the mechanics of it. Anyway, so I was thinking, you know what? Nucleotide sounds really familiar as far as the nuclear plant that's going up in Texas. So I started deep diving into how neuromodulation works with all of the nucleotides. And there is what they're using is called spin qubits. And that's actually the modulators that they will, basically it's a little quantum computer that they'll start using to basically use electromagnetism to work off of nucleotides. Pretty interesting stuff. But anyway, so you can look that up. But I started using your scholar.google.com.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
And yeah, so
Very cool.
I've been this is why I love coming up, because I learn from you guys and I start going down rabbit holes that I absolutely love.
Nice.
But anyway, so you started sending me, I'm talking, what'd you say?
Go ahead. Go for it. I'm just saying awesome. I was
Yeah, even though they think I'm a whack, that's okay. So, so make a long story short, I started looking into the future of medicine and like what they're using and it's really leading into quantum mechanics. It's kind of crazy, but
cool.
There's one, it's called a coherent scanning bioradar, and it says it's still emerging, but quantum sensors and squid magnetometers are being explored to detect weak fields of DNA proteins or in the brain. Like radar scans, they sky coherent scanners, and they would map out your body's EM field and pinpoint incoherence, which incoherence is out of alignment of electrons.
Oh, okay.
Like an entropy state of the cell. And so it says applications are early. It basically goes into this. So anyways, I went into your scholar.google.com and nice. I started looking into what this bioscanning radar is. And I found so many articles on it, but it's all about using electromagnetism. It's so fascinating. And there is a lot of studies on there, by the way.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah. Go
ahead. Go for it.
No, yeah, I'm just saying here's the cool thing is that even though we may not be on the same page or in agreement about a lot of this stuff, I am learning a lot more so that I can actually start applying these things too, because the things that I already use are kind of mundane. Like people are starting to use red light and PEMF and all that other stuff. And to me, it's been in use for so long that I'm like, whatever, to me, it's child's play. So this is like the really cool stuff.
Okay.
So I'm going to look into getting some of these things. So anyways, I'm learning from you guys.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I'm excited. So anyways, thank you. And I'm not a troll. I'm not a crazy person that is trying to use your platform for any other reason other than education, and also to collaborate. And whether it's me learning or you learning, what I am learning is this is where science is going. So basically, when I was looking this up, here's something I was looking into. Let me look at it really fast. It basically said the future of medicine, and seriously interesting stuff. But let me pull this up really fast.
Dude, I'm so proud of you that you're going on Google Scholar and looking up like primary literature and stuff. That is so cool. That is amazing.
Oh yeah, well I use Scribed and a lot of other things right now, but I never knew about scholar.google.com, so I'm like,
Nice.
okay, I'll use it.
Hey, really
Anyways,
cool.
my time's almost up. I just wanted to say thank you for that. And then also to clear the air, because other than going live on TikTok, I don't even know how to use the green screen. So if you looked at my videos before, they were nothing fancy. I mean, obviously even before I didn't want anyone to even see my face, so I learned how to use filters. But at the end of the day, I stopped using those because it was boring. But yeah, I don't know anything about the internet, so I'm not posting this anywhere. Just letting you know.
Okay.
I'm only here to learn.
Well,
and
I do like the YouTube archive for all my lives, and then I do like the edits and stuff. I did some edits of our conversation, but I'm not directing anyone towards you or anything. So.
Oh yeah, and I'm not here for that. I mean, none of my social media is. I mean, I have Facebook, right, that I hardly ever use, but nothing's attached to this. And not even like when you went and looked at my store, not even my store. Like I don't use this for a platform for me. It was shared with me, and it was initially to conversate and go from there. So yeah. So I just want you to know that, because when she came on, it was like, obviously she has an agenda. I was like, lady, you are just assuming, and assumptions can really get you in trouble.
I think that people were linking like you having a storefront and then having this social media being kind of like an advertisement for that. I think that was the idea.
Well, if they want to believe it, anyone can believe what they want, right? So unless they physically see something, then you can accuse with accusations. But until then, like you said, you couldn't even find where the store's located, because I don't advertise it.
Yeah, no.
So,
when Ducre, it was it was on a video on her page, so it wasn't like right. I mean you deleted it, but you can be proud of your thing. I mean that's cool. I mean that's I don't. Yeah, I mean we already know how I feel about it.
Well, here's what I'll tell you. So I am, like I've told you before, I am going into business with a nurse practitioner. So. Which I even learned the other day when I was talking to her yesterday. I was like, yeah, we're learning about licensing, because she has a few classes she's taking. And we were looking up because every law, especially right now, has different rules. And so we were looking them up, and she was like, well, I'm just letting you know I'm a nurse practitioner, not a PA. I was like, oh, yeah. I didn't know there's a huge difference. But anyways, make a long story short.
Yeah, you can actually have different DNPs, master's nurse practitioners too. Yeah, you can have both levels too, yeah.
Yep. And so that was, so again, this is all education for me as far as understanding the science terminology from y'all's standpoint. But what I will say is eventually we are going into business, and eventually we will be doing our own thing that we've been planning for over 6 months. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. And if that comes to fruition, or when it does, if we start using social media, obviously it'd be completely, totally separate. But I'm not using this as a following platform or anything else. This is just education for me. So
okay,
yeah,
that's cool.
Anyways, I just want to clear the air on there.
Yeah, you can be your own person on here. It's all good. Like you're always welcome back. I'm honestly very happy that you did, because I do feel like, I don't try to be malicious, but I do feel like it's good to be honest with people. Do you know what I mean? So like I'm happy that we understand each other, and you know how I feel, and but I want you to feel welcome back, because if you do have a science question, like the person before, he went from trolling and spamming in chat to now he's coming up and has a science question based off of something that he saw, and he's coming in and joining and contributing and being an awesome caller and all that kind of stuff. And that's the type of stuff, guys. Those are the ways that we make inroads and go forward with, of making friends with people that we disagree with, and then like if you have any type of gene therapy question, or you want to talk about molecular biology, like you can come up here and we can talk about it for sure. You're always
Yeah,
welcome.
absolutely. Well, because even learning about the nucleotides and everything else and how they respond. I mean, that's what your thing is. So absolutely. I just right now I don't know enough about it to physically ask a question like how the resonance and everything responds to it. I did look up the frequencies on how the spin qubits actually work, and what frequencies they use and how they resonate. But again, I'm not to that point yet. But again, this is whether it's a question or collaboration. If you'll allow me, I'll be here. And I don't listen. Remember when I told you before? I have a lot of people that I'm not a spoiled brat. I have a lot of people that already come at me. I'm used to it. So I'm too strong in character for that crap to affect me. So no, you're good.
Okay, cool. I respect that. Well, thank you for having. Thanks for being honest. I think that's the best way I can describe you. I think that you're very honest and open, and so I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, it makes me at a loss for words when people, because this is genuinely me. So this is when people come up here and say that they can have like I don't know, I guess a free space to act completely different. I don't understand that perspective. But neither here or there. I'm not a part of the world anyways. I see a lot of what's going on and I just can't. I don't agree with any of it. So anyways. Yeah, so thank you.
Well, I would love to, honestly, sometime I would love to talk to you like more about how you got to like where your beliefs and stuff, because I think it's really interesting on how someone gets to like where you are. So in the future, it'd be really cool.
Yeah, especially like even today when I had people coming in talking, they asked me like, where did you physically get here? And it's probably the same as your journey. There's, just so many different pathways that lead to one conclusion. Yeah. And you start, anyways, you go down those pathways and you do what you're really excited about. And then that's the thing that you'll kind of stick with and go down. And that's just, I don't know. I just see in pictures, so I'm a little different, but I see it from a natural perspective. And so sometimes using the science can get a little confusing because I'm trying to use y'all's terminology in the way y'all explain it. And I see that it's all connected. I think I'll leave you with this. I think the biggest challenge in universities is that they compartmentalize and they define it as one thing. And I think that removes the ability to connect the entire story. And so if people can start understanding that it is all connected, then they'll start to understand the patterns, and the patterns create the outcome. And you can better understand things from that perspective. So I'll leave you with that. But thank you.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks for jumping in. Like, I appreciate you.
Yeah. I'll come up with some questions as I dig into it.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. And the fact that you're using Google Scholar now is so cool. And then do if you find one that you really like, hit the little cited by one, and then you can see like who's citing this, and then you can kind of daisy chain back into like newer stuff. And if number of citations is a really interesting way of figuring out what kind of like is the current consensus kind of like idea. So if people are citing it a lot, those are experts in the field that are kind of addressing this as an idea. So you can kind of think that, oh, this is a jumping off point that other people have. So yeah, that's a cool feature of Google Scholar, and it's right there.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to bringing more to the table and having more discussions.
Awesome. Thanks, Light. Have a good one.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Bye. Guys, amazing. Friend of the show, Light is Life. Incredible. We are all just folded light. Awesome, guys. What an awesome show. That was really fun. I appreciate you guys. Okay. One last thing. One last one. Last caller of the night, Flobby Smaj. I can't.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Hey, do you know Ducray?
Yeah. She's in chat.
Yeah. She's a nice person, but she engages in pseudoscience. Have you spoken to her before?
Oh, exciting! How exciting!
No. I'm just kidding. We're friends. I just always like to throw her under the bus. But yeah, actually, at the moment, I'm just wondering if you're still practicing in the field.
So I'm not a medical doctor. I have a PhD in microbiology, and unfortunately, no, because Trump cut all of research science in the states, and so our company was impacted by that, and then the tariffs increased our labor costs because we were a German company, and so the 50 people in the United States research and development site that I was at closed down. So I am between work right now. Last week,
Oh man,
last
I'm
week, Savs.
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. It sounds pretty rough. Because I'm just coming up to the end of my dissertation, so I'm doing my defense in a few months.
Oh, cool.
And it looks like the field's becoming more and more narrow, and I'm really considering stepping out of academia after I finish. So it sounds like someone that's already been and done their PhD, and then it sounds like you were doing postdoc, or did you have a permanent position?
No, I didn't do a postdoc. I went right into the private biotech. I mean, I did a biotech before. I wasn't opposed to doing a postdoc, but just the pay is so much less than from the biotech. So it was like 70 versus 100. So I mean, it's a big difference.
Yeah, right. I see. I think, I'm just kind of at a crossroads right now to whether I stay in academia or shift to industry, which it seems likely that I might jump into industry. And there are some opportunities there for me to still do research, but
Nice.
I guess talking to people that have lived it, you might be able to give me some tips or advice.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, to academics, like biotech is kind of like, it's like Star Wars, where you're using the force for evil, and like once you go dark side, you never go back. People just hate you, and I think that it's not that way. People are kind of being more amenable nowadays to like being, it's okay to be going to a biotech. Like I said, the money is a lot better at the private side. The work-life balance, man, is a lot better. Like your job is literally 9 to 5, and you just go home, and then that's it. You don't have anything that you have to grade or work on or research. You just work on it at work. And I think that's like the biggest thing for me for like mental health was doing that. I think that there is a fun aspect of just hypothesis driven research, and you just kind of go in and have that question and you figure things out. But really it's the best when you have, funding and having that hypothesis driven research fully funded, but in academia, it feels like they're like, go to the moon, but with the used Amazon cardboard boxes out back, so, you don't, it's not as fun. But my job, it was like, if it's less than $5,000, like, don't even talk to us about it. So, I was being nickel and dimed in academia for like $100 purchase before. So it feels completely different.
Right. Well, I think that's the fear. Like, if I end up doing postdoc, I have to, write proposals all the time to try and get funding for some of the research. And that just seems like it's an additional stress to the research that I'll be doing.
Oh, yeah.
And like, being in a fully funded PhD program, that gives me less stress to worry about that. And I think this will be the only time by which I have no stress related to funding. And I think after that, it really falls on me to be responsible to find that funding. Also, like with the ties that I have through the institute I'm working with, but that's something that doesn't sound too appealing. And also speaking to my professor and my supervisor, they seem to be conflicted because they enjoy doing research, yet that uncertainty. Well, my professor's got a permanent position; he's sort of, but I mean, my supervisor, that uncertainty is something that isn't quite a nice feeling. And I've had people that have far more experience in academia than I have, been in there for years, and yet they still struggle to find their permanent position. So there seems to be a huge aspect of luck as well. Exactly. So I'm a little torn whether I want to stay in academia or to shift, but I've got 3 more months left before I defend, and then after that, I'll sort of really.
I mean, have you been like putting out feelers for postdocs and biotech like applications in general?
Not as of yet, because I actually went on unpaid leave because my dad was sick. So I went back to New Zealand, and then I've come back to Germany, where I'm located, where the institute I'm at is.
Nice. I work for BASF, so there you go.
Right. And I took 6 months off to care for my dad, and so I haven't really been searching. But what I will do as of now, like it's a bit stressful trying to finish up my dissertation and prepare for a defence within 3 months. So looking for a job seems to be quite difficult at the moment. I still find time for TikTok somehow, but I think after I finish, I'll have financial support for where I can actually start looking for work. So I'm not too concerned of finding work now, but I will get some feelers out there and start looking up some possible positions.
Nice.
None that are local though, which is a bit of a shame. But I have in New Zealand. There's been a couple. I spoke to a professor there and an institute where they do cancer research. So I've sort of put my fingers there, but they haven't offered positions yet. So, I haven't even sent them my abstract for my work. So, I don't know. I will start, but at the moment, my focus is full dissertation mode.
Yeah, I think that's fair, man. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, it seems you are possibly suggesting that I should look into industry and not keep my eggs only.
Dude, I honestly, I mean, the United States right now, for how it is, I mean, it's so bad. I mean, you basically put out anything anywhere and see if you got anything. But I don't know how, like, internationally, how becoming a professor is, but for the States, I mean, you're looking at a postdoc for an actual, like, an R1, which is the top research institutions. You're looking at like 4 to 6 years as a postdoc. So it's like bad. So it's like you're doing 6 to 7 years as a PhD, and then you're doing 4 to 6 years as a postdoc in order to get an assistant professor position that doesn't pay that much more than a postdoc. So it's just wild.
Right. Oh, it's a tough one. But yeah,
if you don't have that, and it's like, and it is the standard like 2-year postdoc, and you're going to get an assistant professorship somewhere, which is just before tenure, and then I can respect that. But it's kind of like what you want to. Do you like to teach too?
I don't mind teaching, but so I think our PhD programs in Europe are different to how it is in the States. Because I think you guys have teaching responsibilities. We have to tutor here, but our programs are only 3 years as well. So we finish them up a lot quicker.
Because you got masters before, right? Yeah, you guys. We have it all in one.
Oh, so we have a 2-year master program here, and then you go into a 3-year PhD program.
We do, but people can go straight from undergrad to PhD program.
Right.
Yeah.
In New Zealand, we have something similar, but you have to graduate with your bachelor's with honors, and then you can fast track your master's and go straight into a PhD. I don't know if it's similar. I don't know. It seems to be different in different countries.
Yeah, it is.
But
it's hard to kind of like to jump from one system to the other for that reason. It's going to be hard. Strikeouts, I don't know what that is. Putrescine and cadaverine, I don't know. I don't know what that. I don't know what they are specifically. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, dude, I would
anyway.
just to look around, see what the, see. I would put your hat in as many rings as possible, dude. Like put it out. See what doors open. See what the possibility is. The worst thing that could happen is you say no. But otherwise you're exploring new things, new options. Just see what's up. See what's out there, man.
Yeah, that's what I would do, dude. But I'll allow other people to come up and actually ask scientific questions. I just wanted to sort of get some advice from you.
Yeah, of course, man.
Good to chat with you, bud.
Yeah, man. Have a good one. Appreciate you getting on. All right, guys. That is actually the end. We did it. Going on for 4 hours. I was trying to go for 2, but you guys just suck me in. It's so much fun. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys so much. It's been fun. Oh, okay. I would have to check that. What normally the? Oh, nice, Nico. Glad you liked it. I'm not 100% sure what that is. I don't know what beekeeping age is. Is that like a Simpsons joke, like the Mo thing, like beekeeping? Is that like a bad thing? All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all I got. We did it. We did the science. We did the things. We did everything. We did a battle. I think we won our first battle tonight. That was wild. There's a really nice lady that she has. She liked biology. That was her favorite thing, and she liked genetics. So that was really cool. That was fun. That was really fun. What were some other things? What were some other stream highlights? Oh, we introduced our new segment, vaccines, guys. If you get vaccinated in this community, you get vaccinated that day, we will celebrate you. You come and get vaccinated, we will celebrate you individually, because that is awesome. Because vaccines help save lives and they're important. And we support public health. I know. It's crazy. I know, Chance. Wow. I know. It is crazy. Can you imagine? We support people not dying. Thank you. Thank you. It's a really controversial opinion. I know. We try to not get spicy here. We try to just stick with the facts, but Oh, V. Exactly, Sap. V. I like it. It's not though. It's controversial that it's controversial. That's the bad thing. But we will celebrate you getting vaccinated in this community every single time, because we appreciate you looking out for one another, looking out for herd immunity, looking out for the immunocompromised. Nice, Chance. Vaccines are safe and effective, guys. They're good. All right. That's it. And you know how we go out all the time, huh? Have a great night, Allison. Thank you. You know how it is every time. Boom. That's it. For Light, for you, for Ducray. Oh, yeah. Wait 1 second, guys. 1 second. Oh, my gosh. Sorry. Stop the lights. Stop. One more time. We got to celebrate everyone. We got to celebrate you guys. All the latest subscribers. Ada was the last subscriber. This is not updating. Ada was the last subscriber. Thank you, Sheepadoodle, though. Sheepadoodle killing it with the gifts. Thank you to Roger, Ducray, Ado, Nico, Jen A, Sav, Light is Life. Thank you guys so much. Also, we got Jen A doing 1, 10, 100, 10,000, 15,000 likes. Thank you so much, Jen A. Darcher Man killing with the likes. Ducray with 3,000 likes. Sav 2,300. Jossie with 22,000. Sean, Krista, Cora, Rage, Omar. Thank you guys so much. That's what we do. If you want to contribute to the Discord, links in the show notes. Science discussion, all there. If you want to give each other links, that's a good thing. Also, my link tree has the YouTube archive. You could watch a premiered episode of the current one that you're watching right now tomorrow at noon, and watch it there. It streams live at noon, the rerun of today. And if you want to see my publications, to see what I do, am I a real scientist? Am I a real doctor? Yes. The answer is yes. Yeah, actually it is. You can see my publications. See what I did? So, thank you guys. I appreciate you. And now, I'm glad we didn't forget about that. That would have been bad. And now, everyone, now, now, for now. This is how we go out. Boom. 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 There it is. There it is. You. It's you. You're the best. You're the best. Stay healthy. Stay healthy. Get vaccinated, people. Vaccines are safe and effective for you. For you. Yes. You. Thank you. Have a good one. Be kind to people. Do something nice for someone. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.